Good morning. Good morning. Hello, hello. Good morning. So before I forget, because y'all know how this old lady brain works, let me say hello and celebrate the first ones to the tailgate, getting the party started. I remembered. Adam Nunsky. And then twin mom. Duke Delta. I did say Nunsky, didn't I? I went to high school with an Alex Nunsky. I didn't even realize I just called you Nunsky. I went to high school with an Alex Nunsky. He was not a good dude either. Watch him like somebody is going to see this from high school and send it to him and be like, "Ooh, look what Brady Churchwell said about you." I don't care. I'd say it to him again. Alex Nunsky, you're not a nice guy. Adam, you are, but Alex Nunsky, maybe he is now. Let me not say that. People change. This has been 432 years since I was in high school, so maybe he's changed now. Maybe he has, a lovely family, and maybe he had a change of heart and an exorcism. Who knows? But he was a terrible person. I digress. Good morning. Good morning. Hello. Good morning. Thank you for getting the party started. And look, I've still got a little bit of eyebrow left right here. See this? This is like residual eyebrow. Hold on. Oh wait, nope, it's gone. Oh wait, there it is. It's on my finger. It's gone. Easy come, easy go, right? No more eyebrows for me. I've got a little bit left. I've got those Morse code eyebrows going on, like we were talking about. Like there's like little pieces of them left. For the most part, verdict brows are gone, y'all. Let me get nope, not that one, not that one, not that one. Learned my lesson on that one. Let's try this again. Nope, not doing that. Let me pull up the internets. Pull up the internets. I'm so confused. Y'all remember on everybody's like, medicine, take your medicine, take your medicine. I'm out. I have to go pick it up. So today we're just going to be off the rails all day. You have unmedicated brandy all day long. Unmedicated, unrested, emotionally unstable brandy all day long. It's going to be a wild ride. We'll see where it takes us. Jasmine Greer, happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. 4 whole months. 4 whole long months. It doesn't feel long. It feels like it just flies by. It feels like it flies by. Ugh, Alex Nunsky. I'm about to look him up on Facebook. I wonder what he's doing. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Digress. Unmedicated brandy. Good morning. Good morning. Hello, y'all. Come on in. Come on in. Nikki, we did get one of the verdicts in yesterday for the sex therapist trial. So now we have where is it? Long crime. Okay. There we go. Unmute it. Add it to our little ditty here. So now we are waiting on the paint to dry trial. But we discussed stalkers. Yes, I'm sorry. No stalking. I will not stalk Alex Nunsky. Oh, God, he's such a jerk. Okay, focus, Brandy. Focus. I have not had a chance to go pick up my prescription, so we're just going to wing it today. Winging it. Any 3 a.m. emails? To me or from me? Because there were probably some from me. No, I was in bed by like 2-ish. I have not seen if Detective Detective O'Kelly wrote me back again yet. Hello. Come on in. Y'all come on in. Take your seats. Take your seats. Take your seats. Take your seats. Oh, okay. You saw me at 4 a.m. All right. Well, then 2 a.m. Okay, but 2 a.m. my time is 3 a.m. your time. So I went to bed by 3. And then I was up at 5 again. We're going to make it through. Good morning. Good morning. Y'all come on in. Come on in. Come on in. Get your seats. All right. So we have a day. If you missed the verdict last night in the Justice for Amy Harwick trial, Gareth Pursehouse. Oh, what a jerk. He's like, Alex Nunsky's like almost. No, just joking. He's not the same level at all. So we have a verdict, and it was y'all. I was so deliriously tired. I do need coffee, y'all. Hold on, BRB. I gotta DoorDash some Dunkin' coffee. I'm out of coffee. I'm out of creamer. I'm out of medication. I'm out of my mind. I'm out of everything. We're gonna DoorDash some coffee with an extra shot. Don't they do extra shots at Dunkin'? I don't really do Dunkin' a whole lot, but we're going to. We're going to get, what does everybody want? Okay, so I know I need to get more sleep, and that was the plan. That was the plan. But you know, can't you do like an extra shot thingy or something? Choose your selection. Oh, skim. Oh, almond milk. Yes, let's do almond milk. Oh, shot of espresso. Yes, sirree, Bob. We are in business now. Bam. Totally worth it. Totally. I wonder if they could like swing by Walgreens and pick up my prescriptions on the way. You think they'd do that? And be like, look, a little extra cash tip if you can swing through and bring me my medication so that we're not off the rails all day. Probably not a good idea. Probably not. Maybe not the best idea to be like, hey, can you bring me coffee and an Adderall? Let's see. All right. How do I, oh, there we go. There we go. BRB, just to entertain yourselves. We'll be right back. We'll be right. $20 dang. It's worth it. I don't have coffee. I need it. Okay. We're going to make it work. We're going to make it work. Treat yourself, right? It's not really even as much of a treat yourself as it is a keep yourself from falling over in front of everybody and hitting your head on the desk because you're so tired. That's more what we're working with today. But we're going to make it work. we're gonna see how it goes. Field trip off the rails. Thank you. See, it's already paid for then. See the extra shot right there. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Salty. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. See, perfection. It's already. Julie Fraser says Red Bull for the win here today. See, normally, like when I take Lucy out in the mornings, I can, I'll get an energy drink out of the machine down there, and they're sold out. And I sat on my balcony this morning and out here because the moon was so pretty, and so I made some coffee, but I'm out of creamer. And then I was like, I tried. I can't do it. You black coffee drinkers, y'all are on a whole new level. Y'all are on a whole different level. And I am not there yet in my life. I can't do it. So I tried. But I sat out there for a while after I walked Lucy. And then I was like, I came back in, and then I found some of those little creamer packets. And I was like, oh my God, I forgot I had these. But I had just brewed my last coffee, and then I poured it out because I didn't have creamer. So then now all of a sudden I have creamer and no coffee. It's been one of those days. But we're going to get it. We're going to get our lives together. Remember how on Tuesday I was like, yeah, we're going to get my life together. Hasn't happened, but we're still hoping. There's still hope. The day is young. The day is young. Hey, 80s. Hey. Walgreens will not deliver controlled medication. I need like a personal assistant. Like, I thought that was the whole reason to have a kid, so that when they start driving, they can go do stuff for you. And they can like cut grass and wash dishes. And now I don't need either of those things. We have movement.
Morning.
Chat boyfriend is here.
Now before the court is Hampshire County Indictment 1180 CR 0128, Commonwealth versus Cara Rintala, the matter currently on trial.
Chat boyfriend. Thank you, Ashley Snow. Thank you. I need to start doing that. How do y'all do the black coffee? Why does he always do this? I feel like he's trying to smother us, and I don't like it. Get your hand off of us, sir.
Extra County Superior Court is now back in session. Please be seated.
Oh, didn't know this. Got distracted.
Good morning. So I must ask again if anyone had any difficulty following my instructions to not discuss this case with anyone, including each other, aside from your deliberations, of course, to refrain from any outside research or investigation, to avoid contact with the participants in this case, and to avoid all media accounts concerning this case. If anyone had any difficulty following any of those instructions, please raise your hand. And I see no response, so I will send you back to resume your deliberations.
Like, why do I?
Could we just do the sidebar very briefly?
Sure.
Thank you.
Sidebar. I feel like I hate that noise. I feel like when they're like standing up like that, like I have to like sit here like at attention and like be quiet and stuff because, but I'm not going to get in trouble. They don't hear me. They don't see me. It's all right. whatever. Wouldn't that have been awesome though if they had like a verdict like right away? Like, hey, let's just get this out of the way. The paint has dried, y'all. The paint has dried. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Pro tip, freeze leftover coffee into ice cubes to cool hot coffee. Look at you. Look at you being all smart. I'll follow Kathy around and learn all of her life hacks. I just want to be like Kathy. Oh, goodness gracious. Good morning. They're moving the camera again. Moving the camera. Oh, so we don't accidentally see the jury. That makes more sense. I thought he was just being rude and trying to smother us, which is not cool. Good morning. Good. Cornelius. Oh my gosh, whipped cream. So y'all know how to make whipped cream, right? First time when Jacob was little, first time he ever like noticed that I was doing it. He was like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "Making whipped cream." He was like, "You're the one that makes the whipped cream." Like he thought that like there was like one person in the world who makes like the whipped the whipped cream in the cans and like the tubs and it's like Cool Whip tub and stuff like that. Like he thought that like it just came from one person, and he saw me making whipped cream, and he didn't realize that like that you make whipped cream. Like my grandmother always has like the Cool Whip tubs in her house, so he had always seen her like get those, but it was his first time ever like noticing that like I make it. I don't buy it, I make it. And he was like, "You're the one that makes that." It was so funny. Every time I hear whipped cream now, I'm thinking about that. He's so funny. And now he's old and has left me. Moving the camera. Moving the camera. Moving the camera. I did too. Wouldn't that have been lovely? They faked us out. Oh my gosh, wouldn't that be crazy? If it's hung, do you think they would try for a 5th trial? Wouldn't that be crazy? That would be something. Oh, the Bortland hearing was rescheduled. Even that stuff, I'm like, y'all don't tell anybody. But this is what's happening. All right, let me see if I can pull, now that we've got this going on, I think... Oh, maybe it's on. You know what? I wonder if I missed it.
Father, to get him.
We have openings are supposed to start in the Boy in the Box trial, but I don't know what time because they're doing some other stuff first, and then I think they're got to do jury selection, finish jury selection, and then so I'm trying to make sure I don't miss it, but it's hard to know what time it's going to be because we don't know exactly how long they are going to how long they're going to take. All right, let's see. There's
decreased appetite. Additionally, he described hearing both external and internal voices and had frequent hallucinations. Nevertheless, Dr. Annamarie noted that a person can have anxiety or depression and can see
Oxford
a therapist,
school
and they
shooting
might not meet
review.
the criteria for statutorily defined mental illness because it does not rise to the threshold of a substantial disorder of thought or mood. Dr. Annamarie disagreed with Dr. King's diagnosis of major depressive disorder severe with psychotic features because Dr. King relied heavily on subjective data instead of objective data. Dr. Annamarie stated that it would be incredibly atypical for someone who was acutely psychotic, to then show no signs of psychosis, both during the shooting, immediately after the shooting, and then for months after in the jail without treatment. Additionally, defendant advised Dr. Annamarie that he was not hallucinating at the time of the shooting, nor did he hallucinate in the days prior to the shooting. He denied command hallucinations, which are voices that command a person to do something. Importantly, defendant did not attribute any of his behavior to delusions or psychosis. Dr. Annamarie did not contest that defendant had low mood, but disagreed that he met the level of functional impairment that is necessary for a major depressive disorder diagnosis. Here, there is no reasonable dispute that defendant planned to kill multiple people at Oxford High School. Defendant documented his plan in a journal, including who he would kill first, a pretty girl with a future. Defendant's journal is 22 pages long.
Why can I not?
Lieutenant Timothy Willis testified that all 22 pages in the journal referred to the school shooting. On page 22 of the journal, defendant wrote, "I want to shoot up the fucking school so badly. Soon, I'm going to buy a 9mm pistol." Additionally, he wrote that he was.
Oh. All right, hold on. It paused that when I turned on the verdict thing. Let me. All right. I think. All right, this is the Gareth. I think I got it to the right spot. Hold on. Oh,
Clerk, if you would read the verdict
There we
on the
go.
record, please.
it's the Gareth verdict.
The Superior Court of the State of California, County of Los Angeles, Department 107, case number BA 485-380, people of the State of California versus Garrett Pursehouse. As to count one, with the jury, the above entitled action finding defendant Garrett Pursehouse guilty of the crime of murder in the first degree in violation of Penal Code Section 187, subsection A crime as charged in count one of the information. We further find the allegation that Garrett Pursehouse intentionally killed Amy Harwick by means of lying in wait within the meaning of Penal Code Section 190.2, subsection A, subsection 15 to be true. Dated September 28, 2023, juror number 1 foreperson. To count two, we the jury, the above entitled action find the defendant Garrett Pursehouse guilty of the crime of burglary in the first degree in violation of Penal Code Section 459, a crime as charged in count two of the information. We further find the allegation that a person was present in the residence during the commission of the burglary to be true. Dated September 28, 2023, juror number 1 foreperson.
Hello.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are these your verdicts? So say you one, so say you all.
Yes.
Thank you.
Would either side like the jury poll?
Yes.
please.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as I call your jury number, please answer yes or no to the following question. Are these your verdicts and findings on the special allegation? Juror number 1.
Yes.
Juror number 2.
Yes.
Juror number 3.
Yes.
Juror number 4.
Yes.
Juror number 5.
Yes.
Juror number 6.
Yes.
Juror number 7.
Yes.
Juror number 8.
Yes.
Juror number 9.
Yes.
Juror number 10.
Yes.
Juror number 11.
Yes.
Juror number 12.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, obviously this now completes your jury service. I want to thank you. I gave you an estimate when this case started. It was unforeseen that the COVID illness was going to hit, and you were very diligent. I got to say that, and I thank you all, even the alternates. Sometimes you're the unsung heroes in this as well. Thank you so much. But that's the only way our system works, and that's with your participation. And I wish you all luck, and you are dismissed at this time. Thank you for serving.
Okay, jurors, as I stated before, if you wish to go through the freight elevator, my partner.
So all that waiting for exactly what we already assumed was going to happen. And they made us wait for that long. All right, let me.
But prior to the shooting,
I'll let y'all watch.
defendant
this
plugged his
straight.
ears with tissue paper to muffle the gunshot noise. Not only did defendant plan every action, but he also followed through with his plan. First, defendant shot Phoebe Arthur and Elijah Mueller, who were shot in the face and neck area. He then shot
Yeah,
John
the whole
Alcida,
time, yeah.
who
It's
was
crazy.
running for his life. He then shot Kylie Faye, Riley Franz, and he killed Hannah St. Juliana. Defendant shot and killed Madison Baldwin. He shot Tate Muir in the back of the head from approximately 100 feet away,
Good morning.
killing him. He walked past an occupied classroom, turned around, and fired several shots into an office, shooting Molly Darnell. Aiden Watson was shot as he was running for his life. Defendant killed Justin Sterling in the restroom. All in all, defendant killed 4 people and injured 7 others. Again, this court finds impetuosity and potential failure to appreciate the risks and consequences of his actions are neutral factors. The court cannot find impetuosity mitigating here based upon defendant's significant plan to conduct the school shooting. The court notes that defendant may have had a mental illness, but that does not persuade the court that this factor is mitigated. As outlined, he researched the weapon he would use. He downloaded a map of the high school. He put tissue in his ears to protect himself prior to the shooting. And he methodically shot and killed several individuals with precision after having practiced at a gun range. This is not a case where the defendant had no time to think about what he was going to do. He had several opportunities to not conduct a school shooting, but he went through with it anyway. Additionally, he had several opportunities to stop the school shooting during the incident, but he did not. After shooting the first person, he was not deterred from shooting others. The defendant's decision to conduct the school shooting was not an impulsive or impetuous decision. It was a thoroughly thoughtful one.
This is the
Next,
hearing
he
for.
appreciated the risks and consequences of his actions.
Pin it.
How can this court possibly find mitigating that defendant did not appreciate the risks and consequences of his actions, where defendant said he would spend the rest of his life in prison and even wrote about it and conducted significant research regarding a potential prison sentence? Defendant wrote in his journal, "I'm probably going to spend the rest of my life in prison. I hope I can talk to someone though, so I don't take my anger out on the other prisoners." As outlined above, he conducted significant research regarding possible criminal penalties. In one internet search, he specifically searched, what is a life sentence for a 15-year-old on 3 different occasions? And what is the worst prison sentence you can get in Michigan on 4 different occasions, albeit the searches were conducted on the same day. Presumably, the defendant would have received a response to his internet search that would have advised him of the possible penalties. He even researched Michigan prisons Additionally, he researched other school shooters and their sentences. He knew the full outcome of his actions and appreciated the consequences. Dr. Keating testified that an adolescent's ability to override unanalyzed poor decision-making is limited. But here, defendant analyzed every action that he would take. Defendant certainly analyzed his poor decision to conduct the school shooting, so his ability to override the best decision should not have been limited. In sum, impetuosity and potential failure to appreciate the risks and consequences of his actions are neutral factors. Next, the court finds that the juvenile's family and home environment from which he cannot usually extricate himself, no matter how brutal or dysfunctional, are mitigating factors. There is no question that defendant's home environment was not ideal. Prior to the offense, defendant was a resident of Oxford, Michigan. In 2020, Oxford, Michigan had a population of 3.5 thousand people with a median age of 43 and a median household income of $67,130. Defendant's family fit the profile of the average family in Oxford. The court reviewed defendant's admitted Exhibit B, which is Dr. Jillian Peterson's report from the Violence Project. Dr. Peterson is the co-founder and co-president of the Violence Project Research, which is known for its public database of mass shooters in the United States. Dr. Peterson outlined in her report that witnesses will testify about defendant's early childhood growing up in Washington State. Multiple neighbors heard yelling, screaming, smacking, and crying coming from inside the Crumbley's various residences on multiple occasions. Neighbors thought there was domestic violence happening, complained to management, and even called the police. Friends and neighbors witnessed defendant punished violently by James and Jennifer Crumbley. Defendant's elementary school teachers will testify that James and Jennifer Crumbley were not active in his education. Witnesses will testify that daily fighting continued into defendant's adolescence up until the time of the shooting. James and Jennifer Crumbley fought loudly on a daily basis until late in the night and early mornings. They were often intoxicated during these altercations. The court notes that over the course of the 4-day Miller hearing, it did not hear from any of the witnesses that Dr. Peterson outlined. Nevertheless, Dr. Peterson's report is consistent with Dr. Colin King's testimony regarding defendant's upbringing and home environment prior to the shooting. The court finds that defendant's parents neglected him. As early as age 6, defendant was left home alone. Dr. King interviewed a neighbor who advised that defendant would go across the street to the neighbor's home, especially during thunder showers, to report that he was afraid and would ask for help. While at home alone, defendant spent countless hours playing video games and spent an inordinate amount of time going to different websites and indulging in various graphic media. Defendant began to fantasize about being a part of violent scenes. Dr. King referred to defendant as a feral child. He defined feral child as a child who has been abandoned.
Hello.
Dr. King profiled defendant as a feral child because he had high levels of isolation, lack of parental support, lack of guidance, and lack of resources. Despite requesting mental health care, his parents failed to take him for a psychological medical evaluation. In Dr. Anika's report, she stated, while Mr. Crumbley denied any formal mental health treatment prior to the alleged offenses, he recalled requesting mental health care within the last year. He noted on his 15th birthday, he got really upset and said, "I want to see a therapist." He was asked why he wanted to see a therapist at that time and stated, "I guess I didn't want to move forward in life. I wanted to stay at that point. So when I realized I'm getting older, I needed help to get past that." He stated his mother reportedly said, "All right, I'll get you someone you can talk to." Defendant stated, "It never really happened and I forgot about it." Defendant's father bought him a gun that was ultimately used in the school shooting, despite knowing defendant needed a psychological medical evaluation. Defendant's aunt and step-grandmother submitted letters to this court's review, That's defendant's Exhibit T. The court has read both letters. Defendant's aunt has been in weekly contact with him since incarceration in November of 2021. He has also had almost weekly contact with his step-grandmother. Defendant's aunt visited him in July of 2021. She describes him as an individual who possesses several remarkable traits. Defendant's aunt wrote to the court, "In my opinion, Ethan had a good childhood, filled with love, family vacations, and happy memories." The last time she saw the defendant was in July of 2021. She described him as very helpful and respectful and assisted her in any way needed. They had a great conversation regarding his employment and pets. He even advised his aunt how he nursed an abandoned kitten back to health. This was 4 months prior to the shooting. Both his aunt and step-grandmother continued to support him. Per defendant, he did not experience trauma or abuse growing up. Defendant provided Dr. Annaker with historical information regarding his upbringing and home environment. Dr. Annaker reported that Mr. Crumbley was asked if he experienced trauma or abuse growing up. He denied this. He was asked specifically about a witness statement from a student at Oxford High School, in which she told police that Mr. Crumbley had informed her that his father shot him with BB guns on a regular basis. He responded, "I lied about that." He stated he had indeed told his classmate that his father shot him with BB guns, but indicated he only told her in an attempt to relate with her and her own struggles. He again denied any experience of physical, sexual, or emotional abuse. He instead recalled pleasant memories of camping with his parents and owning a wide variety of animals at their home, including a ferret, rabbit, chinchilla, and various cats and dogs.
Chinchilla?
There is conflicting evidence regarding the defendant's home environment. Therefore, the court places little to moderate weight on this factor. For example, the defendant reports that his childhood was good, but Dr. King referred to the defendant as a feral child. Dr. King reported that the defendant's physical abuse was debatable, but the defendant denied any history of physical abuse. Dr. King reported that the defendant suffered from trauma, but the defendant denied any history of trauma. Dr. King reported that the defendant suffered emotional abuse, but the defendant denied any history of emotional abuse. Dr. King advised that the defendant's parents abandoned him, but they both discussed trying to get the defendant's school counselor to talk to him. Further, multiple texts from the defendant's mother show that she took interest in how the defendant was doing, whether he made it home from school, and whether he had eaten before work, because she did not want him to go to work feeling unwell. For example, defendant's mother texts his father, "Is he being weird and depressed?" However crude, it shows an interest in defendant's well-being. Defendant's mother showed an interest in how defendant was doing and communicated those issues to defendant's father. Therefore, it does not appear to this court that defendant was a feral child as Dr. King described. Nevertheless, defendant's parents failed to get him the psychological medical evaluation that he needed, despite defendant asking for help. Defendant was exposed to substance abuse, but he denied that it negatively impacted him. In fact, he stated that he viewed his parents as a reminder of what not to do, and specifically looked to his father as what not to do, so he never touched, quote, weed, unquote, or alcohol. Indeed, it appears that his parents' consumption of alcohol contributed to their neglect, but it does not appear defendant was significantly affected. So the court finds that defendant's parents' substance abuse minimally impacted defendant. The court finds that his parents' neglect is a mitigating factor. However, his general home life, while not ideal, was also not terrible. Despite his parents' shortcomings, defendant appeared to have a loving and supportive family. He went on family vacations, owned several pets, and had visits from family. He had housing, lights, gas, water, and by his own statement, he was not subject to physical or sexual abuse. In defendant's own words, his childhood was good. In sum, the court finds that defendant's parents frequently left him alone since an early age, that his parents frequently used alcohol and argued in front of defendant, that his parents failed to take his mental health seriously, and that his father bought him a gun that he used in the school shooting. Taken together, defendant's family and home environments are mitigating factors. The court finds the circumstances of the homicide offense are neutral factors. There is no doubt that defendant committed a premeditated heinous crime. There is no need to be repetitive. The facts speak for themselves. Nevertheless, the court finds that defendant was the sole participant in the underlying crime. This was not an impulsive decision, nor was he peer pressured into committing the crime. He methodically walked through the school, picking and choosing who was going to die. He wanted to kill the innocent. The court finds this factor neutral. Next, the court finds that the incompetencies of youth, which affect whether the juvenile might have been charged with and convicted of a lesser crime, whether the juvenile was unable to deal with law enforcement or prosecutors, or whether the juvenile did not have the capacity to assist their attorney in their own defense, is a neutral factor. The court notes that defendant filed an insanity defense and subsequently withdrew the defense. Defendant has never been referred for competency. The court appointed 3 attorneys to assist defendant, which includes a legal guardian ad litem. The court appointed a legal guardian ad litem because defendant's parents are incarcerated at the Oakland County Jail. He has had more than adequate legal representation. Defendant can consult with his attorneys. He understands the charges against him, and he has had factual understanding of the charges. In fact, he participated in his own defense and submitted to numerous evaluations and interviews from defense experts. Dr. King categorized defendant as a highly intelligent person. Defendant, in consultation with his attorneys and legal guardian ad litem, pleaded guilty as charged to all counts within the general information. There is no evidence on the record that defendant's youthfulness caused him to be charged with higher crimes versus lesser crimes, nor is there any evidence that he does not have the capacity to assist his attorneys in his own defense. Based upon his careful planning, maturity, and intelligence at the time of the offense, there is no evidence that defendant would have dealt with police or prosecution any differently if he was an adult. In fact, defendant specifically planned how he would deal with the police at the time of the shooting, surrender, and allow police to take him into custody. As such, the court finds this factor is neutral. Lastly, the court finds the juvenile's possibility of rehabilitation is a neutral factor. According to both the prosecution and defense, this case poses an issue of first impression in the United States because it involves the court weighing the Miller factors prior to sentencing and not on resentencing for a minor who's 15 years old at the time of the offense. Normally, in determining a juvenile's possibility of rehabilitation, the court has prison records or other records to rely on because the individual is before the court on resentencing for crimes in which they received life without parole sentences while minors. They are also known as juvenile lifers. Currently, defendant is 17 years of age and has been incarcerated since November of 2021. Therefore, the court has limited information regarding defendant's possibility of rehabilitation. So, the court finds it important to note his behavior prior to the underlying offense and his behavior thereafter in weighing his possibility of rehabilitation. Prior to the underlying offense, it is clear from the record that defendant was obsessed with violence. Defendant's internet history shows him visiting a specific violent website daily, months prior to the shooting. Lieutenant Willis described the site as an extremely graphic website that shows actual footage of crimes, murders, and assaults. On November 23rd, 2021, 1 week prior to the shooting, defendant searched for violent footage of brutal murders done with a machete and chopped machete compilation. On November 29th, 2021, the day before the shooting, defendant watched videos of several school shootings and their aftermath.
I
The
didn't
court
watch this
reviewed
trial.
school assignments and emails from school employees. Defendant drew pistols and rifles on several classwork assignments. An assignment asked defendant about his favorite books, movies, and TV shows. Defendant wrote in part that his favorite book is Resistance and Making Bombs for Hitler. A teacher caught defendant looking at different bullets on his cell phone while the teacher passed out essays. There were 93 pages of homework papers found in defendant's backpack. There were guns drawn on at least 33 pages of homework. Additionally, the court has read defendant's journal. Defendant wrote, "If I would have never thought of the brilliant idea of shooting up the school, then I probably would have become a serial killer. I don't know which one is worse. LOL." Additionally, defendant wrote that he started a plan to kidnap, rape, and kill a young woman in his neighborhood, and that he found out she lived 5 minutes from him. He stated he would kidnap her with an industrial garbage bag, and he would then torture and rape her until he slit her throat. He further wrote about how he killed 8 infant baby birds by slowly torturing them until death. The court has reviewed videos that depict defendant torturing a baby bird as he talked to it. He slowly killed the baby bird. In May of 2021, defendant texted his friend B about torturing baby birds. B advised defendant that most psychopaths start with small animals and eventually get bored with killing small animals and move on to killing bigger animals and then people. Defendant responded, "Yes, sir. It is important to note that defendant stated to be that most serial killers get their damage from their family or accidents. But I have no trauma from my past. I was just born this way." When Dr. Anker asked him what thoughts or feelings arose when he tortured baby birds, the defendant responded, "It's like a feeling between good and pleasurable. A relief feeling, feeling empowered. I don't know, it just felt good." There's other disturbing evidence, but it's clear to this court that defendant had an obsession with violence before the shooting. As stated, the court also finds it appropriate to note defendant's post-arrest behavior in determining his possibility of rehabilitation. Since defendant's incarceration at the jail, he has attempted to obtain his GED. The court has read the report of defendant's legal guardian ad litem, Ms. McKelvey. Defendant passed all practice GED tests, including the math portion, with which he had struggled. Defendant was unable to take the GED test due to the inability to find a proctor approved to enter the jail. Per Ms. McKelvey, she believes if defendant had the opportunity to take the test, he would have passed. While at the jail, defendant has had several misconducts. On January 23rd, 2023, defendant was investigated for an incident where the juvenile next to his cell was able to use the GED tablet to post a video on Instagram from his cell. Defendant told deputies that he was the person who hacked into the protected password on the tablet, and that he also told the other juvenile inmate how to hack the tablet. Defendant advised deputies that he had hacked the tablet to play video games and read articles online regarding his case. This was not entirely true. Law enforcement was able to recover the tablet's deleted internet search history. Deleted search history shows that the defendant searched the same violent website he searched prior to the shooting to watch violent videos of the police, work accidents, and a prisoner killed during a fight in a cell. On February 10th, 2023, defendant received his first violation for allowing another inmate to use his phone pen and allowing the other inmate access to defendant's phone credits and account. On the same day, jail staff observed defendant using a thin rope to wiggle a sugar packet to another juvenile inmate in a cell next to his. Defendant refused a deputy's order to give him the rope and instead flushed it down the toilet. In the jail, rope is considered dangerous contraband. On February 11, 2023, defendant received a Category 1 violation for making contraband dice and a gaming board out of toilet paper and a cardboard box lid. Defendant received a 4th violation for failing to follow deputies' orders to remove trash bags on his windowsill. The deputies removed the trash bags and placed them on the floor, but defendant put them back up. The jail has also cited defendant for 3 additional rule violations that occurred on May 23, 2023, which included 2 violations of the jail's health and safety rules violation and 1 violation for destruction of jail property. The health and safety violations were for defendant's failure to keep his room clean and sanitary, whereas the destruction of jail property violation was because defendant removed a screw from the toilet seat in his cell. In sum, defendant's expert in corrections, Dr. Romanowski, noted that defendant has demonstrated moderate difficulty adjusting to incarceration at the county jail. Dr. Romanowski, when asked about his opinion regarding defendant's potential for rehabilitation, stated, "I've had very limited information, basically defendant's records in jail. But honestly, I think everybody has a potential for change. And I think Mr. Crumbly would be no exception to that rule. But I think he has to make that choice. He has to be the one to say, I want the change." Additionally, Dr. King testified that he believes defendant can be rehabilitated. In support of his opinion, Dr. King referred to working in the field of brain injury for 25
Why does it keep doing that?
years and his treatment of people with mental health. He further referred to neuroplasticity, which is the ability of the brain to create new pathways. Dr. King indicated that defendant's brain is still maturing and his brain may not reach full maturity for another 10 years. The court finds that the evidence at this point shows that defendant's possibility of rehabilitation is slim. Defendant continues to be obsessed with violence. Defendant has to be the one who wants to change if he is to be rehabilitated. The evidence does not demonstrate to this court that he wants to change. Further, the court notes and considered Dr. King's testimony regarding rehabilitation. Dr. King testified that defendant's brain has not reached full maturity and therefore a defendant can be rehabilitated. The court gives this conclusion little weight because it only focuses on defendant's brain maturing. It does not appear to consider other factors such as how will prison affect defendant's rehabilitation, or defendant's family support or lack thereof, or if defendant even wants to be rehabilitated. In short, the court cannot find that there is a possibility that defendant can be rehabilitated based solely on his brain maturing. Daily, there are people who have mature brains that commit heinous crimes and show no signs of rehabilitation or possibility of rehabilitation. The court finds defendant's possibility of rehabilitation is a neutral factor. In conclusion, the court finds that defendant's age and home and family environment are mitigating factors. The court finds the remaining factors neutral. This crime is not the result of impetuosity or recklessness, nor does the crime reflect the hallmarks of youth. Defendant carefully and meticulously planned and carried out the shooting. Accordingly, the court, having weighed all factors and noting the Michigan Supreme Court's admonition in Taylor, finds that the prosecution has rebutted the presumption by clear and convincing evidence that a sentence to life without parole is a disproportionate sentence. As such, this case will proceed to sentencing on December 8th, 2023. That is the order of the court. With that, counsel, we need to set another placement hearing because I have to still review defendant's placement every 30 days. I'm looking at October 20th, 2023 at 9 a.m. via Zoom for the next placement hearing. Does that work for counsel?
That's fine for the people, Judge. Thank you.
Work for
That's fine.
defense.
Yes, it does.
Thank you. With that, the court will enter this order forthwith. Is there anything else we need to address for the record this morning?
No, Your Honor.
No, Judge.
No, this.
Thank you. With that, everyone's all set. Everyone have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
I'd never heard a lot of that. I didn't watch that trial, but I'd never heard a lot of that. But a lot of the stuff that the court hears doesn't come out in trial. We know that. So that's wild. All right, let's see. Check on our other one. I know they're not finished with jury selection yet, but I'm keeping an eye on it so that when they do finish. So something that happened recently that's crazy. I saw this. I don't know if y'all saw this. This Georgia man was exonerated of murder after 22 years. He spent 22 years locked up. Floyd County, Georgia. So it says that he has been exonerated for a January of 2000 killing. Y'all, January of 2000. Like, I was in high school. That was so long ago. And he didn't do it. And he spent that whole time in prison. A judge signed off on an order that drops all charges against Joey Watkins. He spent more than 22 years in prison for the killing of Isaac Dawson. I cannot talk this morning. Let me drink some more of my coffee. Lord help. I just need espresso shots, like just take them like regular, just pump it in with an IV. All right. So he spent more than 22 years in prison for the killing of Isaac Dawkins. Dawkins was found with a gunshot wound between Rome and Cedartown. That's like North Georgia, if y'all aren't familiar. Last year, a judge overturned his guilty verdict due to juror and prosecutorial misconduct. Look how young. Georgia Innocence Project worked to overturn Watkins' conviction. To read more about the case, go to Georgia Innocence Project, whatever. Okay, so let's go. Let's see. All right, so this is the case summary. This stuff breaks my heart because, like, this is stuff that's like this kid's entire life. Like, he looks young, right? How old was he? How old was Joey? Do we know? I don't know. Okay. The driver was 21. He's young. Okay. So let's just say he looked young. Let's say he and I are probably about the same age, right? Ish. Oh, wait. Isn't he 40? Wait, didn't it say on this one? I don't know. Whatever. Anyway. Okay. Let's assume that he and I are about the same age, right? I cannot imagine the entire life that I have lived since high school to have missed all of that because of something like this. Isn't that crazy? So crazy. Thank you, Ella Hellman. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I feel like I need, like, you know, like in cartoons, like when they're trying to stay awake, they put like the toothpicks on their eyeballs. I feel like that's what I need today. All right, so focus. Unmedicated brandy, focus. All right, so I can't imagine having the entire life that I've lived since high school. Like, do you know how much I've done since high school? A lot, because like I'm not a spring chicken anymore. That's like, and now he's getting out. Like, I mean, he's like, when you're in your, like, you know, late teens, early 20s. Oh my God, I thought I knew so much when I was in my late teens and early 20s. I really thought I knew so much. And then you don't realize how much you don't know until later in your life. And you're like, oh my God. Oh my God. But can you imagine all of that life that you've lived since you were that young? Like spending it behind bars? Isn't that crazy? So sad. Okay, so here's the story. This is from the Georgia Innocence Project. All right, so Floyd County, Georgia. At 7:19 on January 11, 2000, Rome Floyd County 911 dispatched an ambulance to the scene of a single vehicle accident on Highway 27, which runs between Rome and Cedartown, Georgia. The driver, 21-year-old Isaac Dawkins, was rushed to the hospital. X-rays would later reveal that Isaac had been shot in the head while he was driving. He died shortly thereafter. Police initially identified Joey Watkins as a suspect, since Joey had admittedly driven past the wreck scene that night. And Joey and Isaac both previously argued over a girl named Brianne. Those dang Briannes. Is Brianne in chat? Where are you, Brianne? Are you in here? Mm-hmm. It's always the Briannes. They each dated on separate occasions. After conducting an investigation, the Rome Police Department eventually ruled Joey out as a suspect. So after conducting an investigation, the Rome Police Department eventually ruled him out as a suspect. He was ruled out. But after months with little progress on the case, the victim's family successfully petitioned to have Sergeant Stanley Sutton of the Floyd County Police Department take over the case. Although a very similar shooting had occurred a few miles away, and within minutes of when police first received reports of Isaac's accident, and although Joey had an alibi, Sutton zeroed in on Joey Watkins. One day after taking over the case, the Floyd County Police Department posted $10,000 reward posters throughout the jail. The first jailhouse informant came forward within hours. Okay. Let's I know I hadn't taken my medication and I know I'm sleep deprived and tired, but even my common sense at this point in the week can look at that and tell you, if you're in there posting a $10,000 reward in the jail for, the first jailhouse informant, do you know how many ramen noodles and beef sticks that can buy you? Of course they're going to come forward and say something. Like, that, what? What? That makes no sense. "12 months after the crime, the state charged Joey and his friend, Mark Free, with Isaac's murder, after he had already been ruled out because somebody wanted some extra beef sticks. There were glaring issues with the state's theory. One issue was that the man who witnessed the accident explained to police that he saw a small, older model blue car interacting aggressively on the road with Isaac's truck in the moments before the wreck. The night of the murder, however, Joey had driven his white pickup truck to see his girlfriend, Aislinn. Oh, I like that name. who lived about 30 miles away in Cedartown, Georgia. He passed Isaac's wreck and police cars on the way. He was seen by several witnesses departing in his white truck. Approximately 45 minutes later, several other witnesses saw him in Cedartown in his white truck. A white truck sure don't sound like an older model blue car. Although Joey had been seen leaving. That makes me so sad. Although Joey had been seen leaving home in his pickup truck, the state theorized that he met up with his friend Mark Free, switched from his white truck to the small blue Honda, drove down to around Floyd College to either wait for or intercept Isaac as he drove home from college, engaged in aggressive driving with Dawkins, and then shot Dawkins through the back window of Dawkins' truck while driving at 55 miles per hour and talking on the phone to his girlfriend, Aislinn. That's a whole lot going on there. Brienne's here. Brienne's like, yep, always here. Yep, I see you, Brienne. Causing problems. At least it's spelled different. According to the state, Joey then switched cars again and drove to his girlfriend's house in Cedartown, where he arrived in his white truck. According to the state, Joey accomplished all of this within 45 minutes, the amount of time it would have taken him to drive straight from his house to his girlfriend's house in Cedartown. That math ain't math, and apparently they didn't come there to math. Annie, hello, lovely chatters. Happy 5-month anniversary to you. Happy 5-month anniversary to you. We're glad you're here. We've kidnapped you. You're stuck here. This is where we live now. Look, I'm eating. I'm eating. I'm eating. Crazy. Crazy. Well, let me check on another trial. I don't foresee it starting anytime soon, but just checking. Just checking. Okay, I don't see it yet. All right. Trudy Martin says, I don't feel like I left from last night. Me neither. Me neither. You heard about like those people that like don't get up and they just melt to their chair? I feel that. All right. I threw away that hard piece of toast last night, though. And I did eat a piece of grilled chicken last night. So there's that with some Slick's barbecue sauce. So I did have a bread heel yesterday morning, but I did not finish my toast. And a piece of grilled chicken with some Slick sauce. So see, y'all keep me on my toes. Oh my gosh, yeah, no, I'm not eating the toast from 25 hours ago or whatever it was. I'm eating a croissant. It's like got ham and cheese in it. I ordered it with the coffee with the extra shot of espresso. I'm eating. All right. Even without meds, I got this. We are keeping this train. All right. Let's not kid ourselves. We're not keeping it like on the tracks, but it's still pretty close. We got like, we're like, I guess like trains can't like kind of go off. You're either on or you're off. We're more like, it's not really a train. We're more like a bus, like a party bus. And you know how like when it's kind of going off the rails or off the road or whatever, and like you hit like those little things are like, that's kind of where we're at right now. But we're getting there. And every once in a while, we hit those little things and it's like, oh, nope. Back on the road, our party bus goes. We got this. Unmedicated brandy. Here today, all day. Till I get occupied doing something else. It's okay. Figure it out. Figure it out. We're all running parallel with the tracks. We're in the general vicinity of the tracks. We're like we're in the area of the tracks. Field trip. Rumble strips, that's what they're called. Just hitting the rumble strips every now and then, basically me every day. Yep. It's like we're just making our way through Friday with a bunch of rumble strips. But we're eating. Oh, boy. All right. Had to get a few more bites in. Judge Newman would say, stretch. Stretch. Okay, I'm trying to swim. And now let's continue. Okay, so there was another major problem with the state's theory. Shocker. It is undisputed that Joey was using his cell phone in the time frame before, during, and after the crime. Cell phone and cell tower records and expert testimony placed him miles from the scene of the crime at the time of the shooting. Make that make sense. He's miles from the scene of the crime. Despite all the problems with the state's theory, Joey Watkins was sentenced to life in prison plus 6 years on July 2nd, 2001. Eventually, Joey Watkins wrote to GIP and Georgia Innocence Project, and we began investigating his case. In 2016, the popular true crime podcast Undisclosed also took an interest in Joey's case and undertook an extensive investigation in conjunction with GIP, culminating in the discovery of new factual information establishing that Joey Watkins' constitutional rights were violated as a result of GIP and undisclosed findings. GIP and co-counsel Ben Goldberg filed a habeas petition in early 2017, arguing that Joey should be released from prison because of recently discovered juror misconduct and official misconduct, the state's concealment of exculpatory evidence, and presentation of false or misleading evidence at trial. In 2018, a hearing on the procedural viability of Joey Watkins' claims, Walker County Judge Don Thompson dismissed Joey's habeas petition at the state's request, finding that Joey was too late to bring his claims and that he could not bring them in a second habeas petition. So GIP asked the Georgia Supreme Court to let us appeal and to correct Judge Thompson's erroneous order. After reconsidering their initial decision denying our request, the Georgia Supreme Court heard our appeal and decided the case was improperly dismissed. In its opinion, linked here, the court concluded that Watkins more coffee. Watkins has alleged facts showing grounds for relief which could not reasonably have been raised in his original habeas petition and which could not have been discovered by the reasonable exercise of due diligence. The court reversed the dismissal of Joey's petition and remanded the case to the habeas court, where Joey would finally be able to present the merits of his petition on juror misconduct and official misconduct. After years of litigation and a 3-day hearing in March 2022, where Joey's legal team presented evidence supporting claims that Joey's constitutional rights were violated, Walker County Superior Court Judge Don Thompson granted Joey Watkins' habeas corpus petition on April 11th. Judge Thompson's order overturned Joey's conviction and granted him a new trial. How crazy is that? Could you imagine sitting there that many years knowing that you didn't do it, knowing that there was evidence showing that you didn't do it, knowing that you had already been ruled out? How crazy is that? The state must decide by May 11, 2022, whether to appeal Judge Thompson's decision to the Supreme Court. If they appeal, it likely will take many months before the High Court will hear arguments and issue an opinion. We are exploring options to get Joey released from custody while his case is still pending. This was from he's out now, isn't he? This is the Innocence Project thing, but that's crazy, isn't it? That's a long time. It's such a sad thing. Like, you know, the one story I told y'all about that my friend that was murdered, I started to do the podcast on her story, which I put it on pause because the case is on appeal and it's a corrupt situation, corrupt town, big time. And so I put it on pause because I talked to his wife, but my friend that was murdered, the guy who is doing life in prison without parole for her murder and the murder of, there was 8 of them total. I originally wanted to do that podcast. I was like, I bet he's not acting alone. I wanted to investigate. And I was like, I bet I can find out that he had help. There's no way he did this by himself. And then I started looking into it and I was like, oh crap, he didn't do it at all. He's innocent. I know he's innocent. I don't speak in absolutes very often, but I know he's innocent. I know it. And it's on appeal. He got life without parole. And it's on appeal. He didn't do it. I know he didn't do it. It's crazy. Crazy. And then you got jerks who get away with it and just go on about their business, living their best lives. It's crazy. All right, let's see what else is going on in the world. I don't know what time the Boy in the Box stuff is starting because of, you can't really predict the jury selection stuff. But I can give y'all an introduction to that so we kind of know what we're going into. Let's see. Let's see here. I'm like trying to wake up. I'm sitting here dancing to myself. Totally normal. I'm gonna pull up the boy in the box stuff. Ellis K says, I know his lawyers asked you not to cover it while it's on appeal, but a lot of the investigation done by undisclosed while covering his case was a huge part of Joey's exoneration. Yeah, and and I know. And I am going to, out of respect for his wife, listen. However, I agree with you. Because I think that people will tell other people, like this was a friend of mine that got murdered. I'm not just some rando off the street, like, wanting information. And I'm also not a law enforcement officer. And you are less likely, not you, some people are less likely to talk or give information to law enforcement officers or randos off the street. But she's a friend of mine, or she was, she and I were friends, and like we lost touch. She went kind of, the last couple years of her life, she went down a different road than I did. And so we lost touch, and she had a very brutal end to her life, and it's really sad. And I think because I knew her, I was like, people will be more likely to talk to me, but I am going to respect his wife and the attorney. But yeah, this was so like I said, she and I had lost touch. She had kind of gone down a different road. And it was, I'll pull up the details. I've talked about it on here before, but it's really sad. It was in Brunswick, Georgia. I don't know if anybody knows where that's at. But this is it. So Guy Hines Jr. Is the, what just happened? Guy Hines Jr., this is him. He's the one that's doing life without parole. And I talked to his wife about it, and they've got a great attorney working on it. I've talked to his original attorney too, and who sent me a lot of stuff. See, the thing about this is, I have started, this is all Glenn County, Georgia, which I'm sure y'all have heard of Glenn County because there's so much corruption. I mean, this ain't the first messy situation to come out of Glenn County, Georgia. Within the last year, within the last 5 years, 10 years. It's kind of crazy, but so there were 8 of them total. So he, Guy Hines Jr. was out. How do I even start on this? I'm so tired and it's hard to even make senses. Okay, so my friend was Chrissy. Her name was Chrissy. And like I said, I hadn't talked to her in a couple years when this happened. Like she and I had lost touch. She had moved in with her family in Brunswick. There they were living in a trailer park in Brunswick. And the, well, here, let's just look. All right. The sole survivor of Weekend Massacre, where 8 family members were slain, continued to cling to life this morning as police remain working feverishly to track down the killer or killers. So, the sole survivor was Chrissy's son. He was only 3 years old when this happened, and he, it was really sad. He, I mean, he lived, but he's the only one. His name is Byron. He was in critical condition at Savannah Hospital. He's the son of Chrissy Toller. That was my friend, who was killed with 7 others at the New Hope Mobile Home Park. The boy remains under police protection at the hospital, said Glenn County Police Chief Doering, who voiced concern this morning that publicly identifying the child might jeopardize his security. Doering said investigators are working methodically and painstakingly on the case. They continue collecting and analyzing possible evidence or following up on leads. They do not have enough information or evidence to identify a possible suspect or suspects. All of that is true. Everything went to hell in a handbasket after this because they didn't have enough information. Guy Hines was basically, they were like, let's just make this happen. People were, I mean, that's 8 people. And here's the thing. I mean, okay, trigger warning, because we cover true crime. Everything's trigger warning, but they weren't shot. They were beat to death, like 8 of them. Now, and they all lived in they were all in this trailer park together. Okay, now here's the thing. And this isn't like all like, weak people and, children and whatever. Like, I mean, these were grown men too. So it's not, how's one man going to beat 8 people to death? 8 of his family members. Hold on, let me pull up I have so much information on this. And see, then I was ready to start putting it all together to start like recording and stuff. I got sent so much stuff when I started digging into this from like attorneys and stuff. And, but then it turned into something much bigger. I started getting stuff about the whole county. I'm going to do this. I just can't do it yet. You're going to be shocked when you hear everything I have, honestly. All right. So, this is him. A Georgia man, Guy Hines Jr., was convicted Friday of killing his father and 7 members of, okay, so that's the thing. One of them was his father and his uncle. Like he, like this isn't just him, showing up randomly and doing this to, 8 people he doesn't know. Like this is his family. I didn't know him, by the way. I didn't know him. So me saying now that I believe he's innocent without a doubt, not a doubt in my mind, I didn't know him. I hated him when I found out about him because he killed my friend in my mind. It wasn't until I started looking into this that I was like, oh crap. So he was convicted Friday. This is years ago, of killing his father and 7 members of his extended family in a mobile home that they all shared, though prosecutors agreed not to seek the death penalty. And that's a whole nother dirty move, and I'll tell you why. Hines, 26 of Brunswick, was found guilty of 8 counts of malice murder, but the judge in the case said shortly after the verdict was announced that prosecutors agreed not to seek the death penalty. that's not accurate, but okay. Police charged Hines with the 2009 killings 6 days after he reported finding the bodies. He reported finding the bodies. The 911 call, he didn't have a phone. He ran to the neighbors called, and you can hear him, you know, like just frantic and upset. And then, like he's like, you know, yelling and crying. And then he realizes that, you know, one of them is still alive. So you can hear him saying, you know, like, tell him to get here, you know, like he's still alive. Okay, if he was trying to kill them to get rid of all the witnesses, why would he be on the 911 call being like, hurry up, you know, tell them to hurry up. Like, you know, we might be able to save one of them. All right. So prosecutors said that Hines had been smoking crack cocaine when he did drugs. Most of them in the house did drugs. Like I said, she and I went down different paths and I had lost touch with her. But like we were talking about yesterday, like people make bad decisions. They do things, you know, people get off off track sometimes, but it doesn't mean that any of this matters any more or less. So they say that he had been smoking crack cocaine when he attacked his father and other members of his extended family as they slept. Police found the victims scattered among 5 rooms of the cramped mobile home. Autopsies showed that they suffered more than 220 wounds combined, and each died from skull and brain injuries. They were beat to death. No murder weapon was found, but police suspect that they were beaten with a shotgun barrel. So he gets home or gets over there, beats him up with a shotgun barrel that they never found. He's calling 911. Make it make sense. So Hines's defense team argued that one person could not have slain so many people without anyone escaping. They worked to persuade the jury that the police ignored alternate suspects and evidence as they rushed to build a case against Hines based entirely on circumstantial evidence, and not even good circumstantial evidence. Like this wasn't even a strong case. I don't know how. I do know how because of jury interviews. And that's a whole nother thing. The jury was. It's a whole nother thing. Hines' lawyers also said that there was no compelling motive for him to kill his father, 45-year-old Guy Hines Sr., and the others. Rusty Toller Jr., 44, was slain along with his 4 children. Chrissy Toller, that was my friend. Russell D. Toller. Michael Toller was 19. Michelle Toller was 15. Also killed was the elder Toller sister, Brenda Gail Falligan, 49, and Joseph L. West, the 30-year-old boyfriend of Chrissy. Her 3-year-old son, Byron, was. So, Guy's dad was one of the victims. And then his uncle and cousin's boyfriend. And all that. So, I mean, these yeah. So he so their theory is that he went in and beat them with a shotgun barrel that they can't find. And then called 911 begging them to come save the one who's still alive. But he didn't shoot them. He just it's just another case of like, oh, we need somebody locked up because, you know, people are getting antsy out there. Nikki just gifted a membership. Thank you so much, Nikki. Angie Burr was just saying that her little 13 was gone. All right. So Hines told police his father went to live with the elder Toller's family when they were both teenagers. The suspect said he considered Rusty Toller Sr. to be his uncle, and the man's children were his cousins. Prosecutor told the jury in his closing argument Wednesday that a fight over drugs probably sparked the killings, which happened sometime between midnight and 5:30 a.m. Police believe Hines killed Rusty Toller Sr. with the barrel of a shotgun in the closet of the bedroom they shared because Hines wanted to take a bottle of painkillers prescribed to one of Toller's sons. So they're saying that he beat 8 of his family members to death over a bottle of painkillers. Diana, thank you. Happy pre-birthday, Queen Olive Ruth Ann. Love you all. Happy pre-birthday. Happy pre-birthday. I don't know if let me see if I ever got my sound effects working. When I fixed one thing the other day, it broke everything else. And I haven't. Nope. They're still not working. Figures. I don't know. I don't know. Still not working. I got everything. I got the other sound working and then that one stopped. So I don't know. But happy birthday. And thank you for the super chat, Diana. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's see. Okay, so so afraid of being caught, Hines then goes through the house, angry, mad, or whatever. Why is my internet doing this? I did this yesterday too. I'm having all kinds of problems right now. Why is... Let's see. I don't know. My little StreamYard thing is doing something weird. Maybe my internet's tired too. Maybe like the little fiber internet is like, you know what? You've been wearing us out here. Let me see if I can swap. Did it change it? Nope. Wonder why it's doing that. What the heck? I don't know. Internet's wacky everywhere. Yeah, I don't know why mine. I haven't had internet problems in I don't even know how long. Since they put the fiber in there. I don't know. Now the little, I never know if it's StreamYard or internet. It's usually StreamYard because internet has been fine since I got the fiber, but I don't know. All right. Anyway, so afraid of being caught, he goes through the house, angry, mad, or whatever, and kills them all, and then calls the police. He's afraid of being caught, so he goes and kills everybody, and then screams for the neighbor to call the police. Makes sense. Hines' lead defense attorney told the jury that it was hard to believe Hines would kill 8 people he loved over a bottle of weak painkillers. Who's going to do that? Who would take 8 of your family members like, sorry, Dad, and uncle and all my cousins and everybody else. It's like, it's weak painkillers. Like, this is like a step above ibuprofen. This isn't even like the stuff people get hooked on. Like, this is, oh, it makes me so mad. Okay, so anyway, 2 defense experts testified that there must have been more than one killer in the house. A former police detective estimated 3 to 5 attackers committed the killings. A former police detective said it had to be 3 to 5 to kill all 8 of them and then critically injure one. Hines told police that he was out all night and found the bodies when he returned home after dawn. Blood on Hines' shorts. Remember, for one, happy anniversary. Woohoo! Love me some brandy and not the alcohol kind. Mwah! Your genuineness and character is unmatched. God bless. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Happy anniversary. We're glad to have you here. You live here now. This is your life. This is where we live. All right, let's see. Blood. Okay, so this is a big part of this, and I'll tell you why. Blood on Hines' shorts, undershorts, and shoes was matched to 4 of the victims, though none was found on his shirt, hands, or face. The defense expert testified the blood was smeared, not spattered. That is one of the biggest things about this case. How, like, it was smeared blood, not spattered. If you have allegedly beat 8 people to death with the barrel of a shotgun, that's going to cause spatter, not smears. Smears come from transfer. Now, I'm no detective, but it don't take anybody, like, you know, with, I mean, any 7-year-old with eyeballs could see that that doesn't even make sense. Queen Oliver Than gifted a membership. You're not supposed to be gifted on your own birthday. Queen Oliver Than gifted a membership. It went to Laura. Laura, congratulations. Queen Oliver Than, thank you. Thank you, thank you. So if he had beat 8 people to death by himself, like they're saying, there would be, think about, like, there's no blood on his shirt, his hands. There's no blood on his hands or his face. How you gonna beat 8 people to death and not have any of that on you right here? This, y'all see why I wanted to do the podcast on this one? I still will, but I just have to wait until they say it's okay. Because this turns out it's just one part of it. There's a lot more corruption in the county that is going to come out on that. And I have recordings. So this is stupid. This is really stupid. Police said that Hines also left a clue in his 911 call. A clue. This is their clue. And I heard the 911 call. But he says it looks like they've all been beaten to death. And that's a clue. Police literally said that's a clue. And to them, that's a clue because they were like, oh, well, we thought they were shot. That's a clue. Exactly. That's not a clue. That's a freaking observation. Investigators found Michelle Toller's body or bloody cell phone in Heinz's car and a shotgun with Heinz's bloody palm print on the stock in the blood of one of the victims. Heinz told police that he tried to hide the gun from them because it was stolen, but a background check showed one of the victims legally owned it. Still, the shotgun was ruled out as the murder weapon. So he panics when the police are on the way, and he thinks that one of the guns that's in the family house was stolen. He didn't know that it was like that whichever family member had it, that it was legal. He thought it was stolen. So he's worried about getting in trouble. He's in panic mode, and he just takes that gun and throws it in the back of the trunk. Now, the gun has nothing to do with it. It's ruled out, like not the murder weapon, has nothing to do with it. It's just him like, oh crap, you know? Okay, if he allegedly beat them with a shotgun, with the barrel of a shotgun, and then they found the barrel of a shotgun, but ruled it out. So what, he's just splitting the shotguns? Like he put one there and then hid the other one in a better spot? Like, does that make any sense to anybody? Hey, William Fagan, no, there's no verdict yet. We're still waiting. Still waiting. But we're hoping. So the shotgun was ruled out as the murder weapon. Police concluded the victims were probably beaten with a second shotgun after they found its broken stock by the elder Toller's head. So they found the broken stock of the gun, but never found the rest. So here's some of the problems. Let me pull out my handy dandy spreadsheet. It's like Blue's Clues. I'm pulling my handy dandy notebook. I can't tell you everything because I said that I wouldn't bring some stuff. I wouldn't poke too much until let's see. Glenn County. All right, I will read y'all. The poll is still open. It showed me it closed because we had 61% said guilty, 30% said hung, and 8% said not guilty. That's what they think the verdict will be. But I don't know, internet's weird. So it shows me that it's closed, but who knows if it's, who knows? All right, so here's some of the, so let me tell you some of the other stuff that doesn't make sense. On this one. The DA, Jackie Johnson, and you may have heard that name before because Lord knows she is, she got a lot of mess attached to her name. I'll just say that. All right, let's see. Oh man, I really want to say that, but I can't really say that yet. Let me see what parts I can share that won't be too much. Let's see. So they destroyed and disposed of exculpatory evidence. The only suspect that they ever focused on, talked to, tried to talk to was Guy, the one who, found them and called and tried to have them come and save one that he had allegedly just tried to. It makes no freaking sense. So keep in mind, 8 people had been killed. Blunt object. The 9th, critical condition. He was a toddler. And he ended up, he had severe brain trauma. But years of therapy to try to overcome that. But all right, so let's see. Oh, here we go. Let me open this folder. Hold on. This stuff I have to do it off screen because there's some stuff I can't show yet. All right, so a few things. So, okay, so the neighbors that he got to call to do to call the police, whatever, to try to get them over there and stuff. The neighbors said that that he did not have blood on his clothes. So again, that supports, he didn't change clothes. He didn't have blood on his hands or stuff like that. He had the transfer where, he was going around to different family members or whatever and had, checked them and stuff. And there was some smeared blood on his shorts and stuff, but nothing on his hands, face, shirt. Let's see. Okay, so the blood on his shorts. One of the times that he was panicking, his whole family, and he's crying on the 911 call. It's so sad. He's like, my whole family's dead, man. I don't know what to do. It's so sad. He at one point goes in there because he's he'll go in the house and it's too much for him. Then he'll run back out and he's panicking. Then he'll run back in. But on one of the times that he went in, he either sat or laid on the bed or whatever next to Michael Toller. So Michael Toller at that point was still alive. He ended up, he did pass away in the hospital, but I think the next day. But at that time, Michael Toller was still alive, 19-year-old. And I think it was autism that Michael Toller had. So when Guy had gone back in at one point, he's on the bed next to him, and he's because he's still alive, and he's trying to comfort him, and he's screaming to the neighbor, please, he's still alive. Call and get them here. He's still alive. They're already on the phone with him, but with 911. But when he sees that Michael's still alive, he's in there trying to, comfort him and get him help. And that's how he got some of the blood that was on his shorts or whatever. Now, if he's in there and he sees that he's still alive and he had allegedly tried to kill him to, protect himself from getting caught, would he have been in there trying to comfort him and screaming, hey, call for help, he's still alive, maybe we can save him? So, let's see. Oh, let me find the thing about the bloody hammers and stuff that were found that police just were it probably doesn't matter. Oh, here's this. Okay. So it is proven in testimony. Officers collected evidence and agreed in one of the bathrooms in the home, there was blood evidence in the bathroom that gave them reason to believe that the murderer or murderers had been injured, like bleeding or whatever, and had like gone into the bathroom or whatever. There are photos of this in evidence that there is blood where they had gone into the bathroom. Now, none of the murders are in the bathroom, but there's blood in the bathroom. None of the bodies are in the bathroom, but there's blood in the bathroom. They photograph it, but didn't do anything to test it. Didn't test it at all. Didn't see whose blood. Didn't check for anything. How is that not? If none of your victims are in the bathroom, but there's blood in the bathroom, ding, 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 that means the killer was in the bathroom. How do you not? How? But it was disposed of. Not just like the drains that were taken out. Not only were they not tested, they were disposed of so that they can never be tested. Is that not the craziest thing you've heard? Okay, so there were like, I think like hold on, let me pull it up. I think there were like 600. All right, here we go. Yeah, this is it. Okay, so over 600. So, okay. It is admitted in transcripts that the police began storing over 600 items of bloody evidence in the bathtubs, according to Officer Stroll. They started storing 600 items of bloody evidence in the bathtubs. Over 1,000 pieces, according to DA Jackie Johnson in a press interview. And they were removed from the tubs just prior to releasing the home from police custody. But before it was released, before like they released the home, but after they removed the evidence from the bathtubs where they were storing it in the bathroom, they decided to test the tub for blood. So you put a bunch of bloody stuff in the tub, and then you take it out, and then you test it for blood. No shit, Sherlock Holmes, there's going to be blood in the bathtub. You just put a bunch of bloody stuff in there. But there's no testing as to who anything. Oh God, it's such a mess. So it's basically like, like if you make a pot of coffee and then you go over there and you're shocked, like, what? There's coffee in the coffee pot? What? Yeah, stupid. So there's more. It's so bad. So Guy Hines Jr., he surrendered over the clothing that he was wearing. One of the officers, Mike Owens, who his name came up a lot in this, a lot. It was bad. Mike Owens from Glenn County took Guy's clothes and kept it with him overnight. He didn't log it in to evidence until like 24 hours later. He took his clothes and kept it overnight. And he's had internal affairs issues before. Like there's a lot with him too. So where did he take it? And who else had access to it? And why did he take it anywhere? Why? Let's see what else. Let's see. Oh yeah, there was a document. This is something too. I can say this. There was a question about a piece of evidence. It's like a document, some kind of like document paper that had supposedly had like a bloody palm print from Guy on it, and then like some blood droplets or something. And it was supposedly placed in like a drawer by Guy, like either during or after the murder. So he's just going to like file these papers, you know, while he's like murdering his family. Like, oh, wait, let me put this paper up. So in opening statements, the assistant DA, John Johnson, said that said something about this document or whatever, and that how it was found, and it had Guy's palm print, right? So there was a court order to not do anything to evidence that would consume a piece of evidence, so that it can't be like tested, you know, by defense or whatever. So like you can't do anything. There was a court order for that. But despite the court order, that was destroyed during testing. So here he is saying, oh yeah, we got his palm print on there. We know it was him. And oh, but we can't let you check that. You're just gonna have to take our word for it. So, but we got him, but we can't prove it because you can't check it. But just, you know, don't worry, we got this. It's not dirty at all. And even with the court order, the judge still allowed that in. Let's see. Oh, they entered into evidence by the state. The state entered into evidence a picture of that document. And you can't see anything in that picture with like the naked eye or whatever, but they're like, sure, bring it on in. Tell them what you found. Sure. We'll take your word for it. Oh, and he said that it was in the drawer, but it was discovered that nobody actually really knows where it was found. He said in the drawer in the openings in court, but that's not listed anywhere else. So we don't know if it was actually in the drawer. And we don't know if it was actually his palm print. And we don't know anything about it. We just have to, he's throwing it out there in court for everybody to hear, and it's being allowed. What else? Let's see. Oh, so Matt Doring, the police chief, I mentioned him before. He did fingerprint comparisons of prints found on different pieces of evidence at the house. And those results, those comparisons were never turned in. Nobody knows where they are. So they tested all these fingerprints, and they're like, oh my God, what happened to them? What? Did you have them? I thought you had, I thought you were bringing those. No? Oh, nobody has them? No. All those fingerprints, all that testing, all the comparison, all the stuff that could have ruled out anybody or caught anybody, gone. Gone. Nobody knows. There were bloody prints that were found on a bed frame and a bed headboard that did not belong to Guy, did not belong to anybody else in the house, which shows that there was definitely somebody else in the house. One of those was sent to the GBI, and it had explicit instructions: do not compare this to anyone else's hand except guy. Like they specifically said, look, don't test anybody else. Just see if it's him, but don't put it in the system. Don't check anybody else. Just guy. And it wasn't guy. Okay, so if you're just doing it for time, like, okay, oh, well, it's not guy. Well, yeah, go ahead, do it in the system. Let's see what we can find. Nope, they didn't do that either. They were like, oh, just send it on back. We're fine. It's fine. Camera's moving. Are they faking us out? Oh. So there was a tip line that was set up, and Glenn County Police Department says that they had 70 pages of lead sheets, and there was like 20 to 30 leads on each of those 70 sheets that had been called in on the tip line, right? So they said that they're like, yeah, we followed up on every single lead, but there's no records of that. There's no records of any kind of follow-ups, no notes, no visits, no interviews, nothing. They're like, oh yeah, 7. Okay, what's 7? I didn't come here to do math. What's 70 times 30? A lot. 2,100, 2,100? 2,100? They're like, yeah, we followed up on all those. Out of 2,100 leads, you don't even have notes for one? That doesn't sound believable to me. And then also think about this. Those lead sheets, are, this isn't like a, hey, every day when you come in from 9 to 5, you're going to do these. This would be like something like, okay, like you would have different people working on it. Like one person's not going to call all those. You would have to have notes, because how else would you know who's been called, who's been ruled out? There would be notes. So bull butter, as Ricky Watson would say, bull butter. Oh, so there was a tip that came in. With 2 alternate suspects that had said, quote, we're going to kill the whole effing family. They didn't say effing. No more F words this week, though. It took them 4 years to go visit and talk to him about that. It actually, not only did it take them 4 years to go talk to him about that 4 years later, when they went to go talk to him about that, they didn't actually go talk to them until they were already in jury selection for Guy's trial. Then they went and talked to him about that. Only because they're trying to see, oh crap, what if this comes up at trial? They keep moving this camera. I feel like they're about to come back. Like looking to see if they keep moving this, and then I see somebody's like the top of their little head walking by. Friday. Oh, the hammer. That's right. I was going to tell you about the hammer. Listen to this. if this don't tell you anything, so there was a lady who lived in the nunchucks. Oh, there's nunchucks too. There's a lady who lived in the area of the trailer park, whatever. She called the police and said that she found a pair of bloody nunchucks and then later found a bloody hammer. Now remember, 8 people in this neighborhood were just beat to death. She finds hidden in the neighborhood bloody nunchucks and a bloody hammer. Now, I'm no rocket scientist, but that seems a little suspicious. So, the police department said to the judge during a motion where they were talking about this, no, she never called us. She never told us that. What? No, she's just looking for attention. She's lying. She calls the police all the time. She's always trying to get involved in stuff. She's just a nosy Betty and, just trying to get involved in stuff. Like, that never happened. So they found the recordings of those phone calls to Glenn County Police Department. And the officer on those 2 calls said, oh yeah, Glenn County, we definitely want that evidence. Yep. So here they are telling the court, what? That never happened. She never called. She's just looking for attention. Give her her meds and send her to bed. And then they find the recordings where they're like, yes, we want that. We want that evidence, like right now. So busted, right? So, oh, sound. Where he goes with that crap.
Check 1, 2.
Mike 1 2 1 2 Mike test 1 2 1 2 Mike.
Yeah, we hear you, Mike.
All right.
Is that it? Where something's going to happen. I can feel it. Real quick before they come back, hopefully we have a verdict. That bloody hammer and the bloody nunchucks, that they're like, oh, that never happened. And then they had the calls where it happened. So on the calls, remember I said Mike Owens earlier, how that officer, how he took guys' clothes and had them with him for 24 hours before actually logging them in. So he goes to get them. He goes to get the nunchucks and the hammer. Sorry, I got distracted. My phone over there. Anyway, so same guy. He goes to get them, and like, where are they? Where are they? Why are they not? Why is this not evidence? What do you do with them? And he's the same one that had internal affairs investigations and stuff. And he admitted during that investigation, the internal affairs investigation, that he collects evidence, or he collected evidence in a criminal investigation and then like mishandled it and improperly preserved it. But None of that was allowed. Jury was not allowed to know any of that. Where's the nunchucks? Where's the hammer? Let's see. Can you imagine, like, think about, like, if this sounds like a movie, right? Think about, like, seeing, like, what? No way. Like, she did not call and tell us about bloody weapons, you know, right there where 8 people were just murdered. What? And then they find the recording where they're literally saying, yes, we definitely want to come get that. And now it's all gone. Can you imagine? Let's see what else. There's so much to this. Oh, and the two guys who were mentioned before about like hearing them say, you know, they're going to kill the whole effing family. Like that was never, they never even tried to look at them. Never even tried. That the only time they even went and spoke to the person who reported it was during jury selection. And that's only because they had heard that the defense attorney had gone and talked to him. That's it. And when they did go to talk to him, that interview, along with so much else in this trial, was destroyed, gone, never found again. Oh, during the trial, oh, this is something weird too. Okay, so after the defense rested, the prosecution mentioned one more witness, Officer Tillman, and they said he was a rebuttal witness. But whatever. Okay, so he comes in to testify. So he says, like, suddenly, you know, out of the blue, the DA's office said that there's an officer Tillman that no one had heard of up to this point. Like, he hadn't been, like, this name is brand new, fresh to the case. All of a sudden now is a rebuttal witness. And he says that he conducted the search of the area outside of the house where they were killed. And that he was going to come in and testify that there were no nunchucks and there was no hammer. And, you know, now that they had proven that it did exist, now they're having this, you know, guy who nobody's ever heard of before come in and say, oh, yeah, I checked. It wasn't there. Wasn't there. But of course, there's no reports on it. There's no reports on the search. His name's not on anything. If he had done a search, there would have been something somewhere documenting where he did a search, anything he found, anything he didn't find. But there's no documents of it. But he's coming in as rebuttal. It's like, oh, yeah. Yeah, I was there. Sure. Yeah. Also, they changed during the trial. The prosecutor requested that they change the wording of the charges to no longer like make it like strictly saying that Guy Hines is the killer. He wanted to change it to say that Guy was an active participant or was involved or whatever with being involved with a non-active participant who knew of and conspired or whatever. So like they went from saying like the entire trial from saying like he's the killer to be like, hey, let's just throw this in the jury instructions that, he was an active participant or involved, as a non-active participant with, who knew and conspired with others or whatever. Isn't that crazy? Like, just change the charges right at the end because you know that your case isn't strong enough. Holly Mack get to 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Look at all those people in green. You're looking good. Thank you, Holly Mack. Let's see. What else? Okay, so there was a removal of a juror, and this is one of the hardest parts of this case. And this is one of the hardest, like, what ifs of this case. The removal of juror 152. So, okay. There was juror 152 who, hold on, let me find exactly what it says because I don't want to get it wrong. Let me find my note. This part is like one of the, like, hitch in your gut parts. Let's see. All right. So remember, removal or replacement of a juror during deliberation is only allowed under extreme circumstances. It's supposed to be. It's supposed to be. Let me find what their extreme circumstances were. Y'all are going to be pissed. Y'all are going to be pissed. All right. This is Guy Hines Jr. It's my friend's murder. All right. So the removal of juror 152 was a spur of the moment decision in which Guy Hines Jr. was put on the spot under great duress, as you might imagine he would be when being asked to make a decision that affects the rest of his life. He was, in his own words, quote, given 10 minutes to make his decision. So what they did, they're wanting to remove this juror, and I'm going to get to that part in a minute, under their extreme circumstances. They're wanting to remove this juror during deliberations, right? Now they've gone through all of this. Now they're in deliberations, and then they come to Guy and they're like, hey, we'll take the death penalty off the table if you will, agree to replace juror 152 and have him replaced, or him replaced by an alternate. So he has no idea why they need to replace the juror. He's not told, this is, one holdout, this is whatever, but they're telling him like, hey, we really want to replace, the court's telling him like, hey, we really want to replace this juror 152 under extreme circumstances. It's the only time they're supposed to do that. We'll take death penalty off the table, as a deal if you, allow for this juror to be replaced during deliberations. So, and he's given 10 minutes and he has no idea what happened. We haven't missed what 152 did. We're going to get there. This is just from his perspective. This is what he's told. He has no idea why or what's happening. He has 10 minutes to make one of the biggest decisions of his life. So, not knowing what's happening behind the scenes. So, he agrees. And And so juror 152 is removed and the alternate is put in his place. So let me read why. All right. There's no possible way that Guy Hines Jr. could have possibly absorbed the gravity of that decision in just a few minutes. And although the death penalty was off the table in the agreement that juror 152, the last remaining dissenter after the jury was instructed multiple times to return to deliberation after they were hung in earlier deliberation, would be replaced by an alternate. The alternate votes guilty, thus ending the trial with a guilty verdict unanimously. So this is what happened. The jury kept saying, we're hung. We don't agree. We can't agree. They would be sent back again. They would, do some convincing. And then there were still some that were like, nope, can't agree, can't agree. They did that back and forth. There was one more who was like, there's no way. I'm not voting guilty. I'm not. So instead of a hung jury, the court goes to replace that juror. And this is what the extreme circumstances were. And there's juror interviews, so we know what really happened. And I'll get to that in a minute. This was not a decision a defendant should be rushed to make by neither the defense counsel nor judge. Removal and replacement of a juror during deliberation is allowed only under extreme circumstances. In this instance, juror number 152's extreme circumstances seem to be that he mentioned the trial to a bailiff, and the bailiff claimed that the juror said the word cockroach to his wife during a family visit during sequestration. Though it's true that it had been mentioned during the trial what appeared to be cockroach bites on some of the victims, the bailiff heard no context of the conversation between juror 152 and his wife. It's just as plausible the juror was mentioning cockroaches in reference to the motel he was being sequestered in, which, look, Glenn County, that wouldn't be surprising. It was also declared that he was annoying to the other jurors, the one who wouldn't change his mind. None of these are extreme circumstances that should have ended with his removal from the jury to be replaced by an alternate. So the bailiff heard him say the word cockroach to his wife during a visit at a roach motel. And he was annoying the other jurors because he wouldn't change his mind. And that's their extreme circumstance. So the one who wouldn't change his mind, the court was like, hey, we'll take death penalty off the table if you let us replace this one juror. Like if y'all sign off on this one juror being replaced, not telling them anything that's happening. So there's a BBC documentary on this. It's like a show. It's a show called Life and Death Row, and they did one episode on this. And there's one juror who said in that documentary, the first thing he thought to himself when he looked at Guy was that Guy, quote, showed no remorse. Okay, so you're supposed to presume innocence. So that one's a little tough because, like, how are you supposed to, like, a juror can't expect somebody who's saying, I didn't do it. Like, I'm a victim too. This is my family who, this is my family who was just murdered. Like, I'm a victim too. And like, you can't, if somebody's innocent of something, they're not going to look remorseful for what they did if they didn't do it. There are, hold on, let me pull this up. Let me put this because now I'm getting. All right. That documentary too, like the jurors talk about like, arguments and like people not getting along and and there's something that he said too. This juror was like, he should have never been allowed on a jury. Hold on, let me find it. Oh, here it is. Okay, this same juror in the audio visual recorded documentary also stated the juror felt that when the death penalty option in sentencing was taken away, he felt that the jurors had been robbed. Something had been, quote, taken away from them. He felt like the opportunity to sentence somebody to death was robbed from him. That ain't somebody who should be sitting in a jury chair. That's scary. There are two more jurors in that documentary who said in front of the camera, they said to the camera, like they were basically confused during the entire trial. They were confused. They were both very young, and were confused the entire time. The judge's instructions said, if you are wavering or if you are unsure, you must vote not guilty. But obviously that didn't happen because the ones who were confused said everybody else was, like, not everybody else. The ones who were, whatever the word they used was, like intimidating or whatever they were, like, because the two that were confused were young, like two young girls. And the one who's like, I can't believe they took robbed us from the chance of, putting him to death. That guy is apparently made them feel intimidated to vote their way. So let's see. Isn't that crazy? I want to know what the hell happened to the nunchucks and the hammer and all the fingerprint comparisons and the drains from the bathtub and all the samples and all the clothes. And there's even, this is one of the rabbit holes I went down with this. There's a rap song. You heard me right. There's a rap song from a little rap group that's kind of like local to that area or whatever, that are talking about doing this. Like basically taking credit. They were also never looked into. Craziness, right? Let's see if there's anything else I can. Oh yeah, here's the thing. I have notes on the rap song here. Hold on. Rap City. And that was before that song was made. It's on YouTube. I have the link somewhere. That song, well, I don't know if it's on YouTube anymore. I'm not posting the link though, because I don't want to risk anything coming up before the trial. I know they already have it, but still, just in case. But that song about like bragging about killing them came out before the trial, and there are things in there that would not have been known yet. Never looked into. Now, Jackie Johnson, DA, head of all, like in charge of all this or whatever. You might remember that name, Dirty DA. Dirty DA. Ahmaud Arbery. That whole situation, same DA. Judge, dirty judge, thrown off the bench for misconduct. Investigator, internal affairs, guilty. This isn't just like, oh, I think there might be something. These are literally proven to be people who have been removed from office because of misconduct. Isn't that crazy? And there were no injuries on him. He had like one scratch on his thigh. Not like anything major. He had one scratch on his thigh. The thing is, they didn't look at anything or anyone that went against Guy. And anything that did go against him was all of a sudden lost or destroyed. Lucy Bowers, I actually have notes on Katie. And I have that in here because when I started digging, the DA, I have a lot of that in here too. Corey Sasser is a whole nother Glenn County corruption situation. The Corey Sasser thing, I don't know how much I'm allowed to say about that legally yet. There's a lot of I don't know what I'm allowed to say. Okay, let me say this. I have a recording from a conversation that has to do with a lot of that. And a lot of the people involved, and about him there's, I don't know what I can legally say yet. Let me hold off on talking about that, but I'll be amazed what people send me. It's crazy. But as soon as I get the clear from Jody, from Guy's wife and attorneys, maybe by the time that Karen Reed one's finished, this will be the next one. Because there's so much. It's crazy. Crazy, crazy. Let's see. I'm trying to see if there's anything else I missed in Guy's case. The hammer and the nunchucks. And the stupid bathtub blood. What? And everything gets destroyed. Let's see. Oh, those weak pain pills that he apparently murdered his 8 family members for. Darvocet. Darvocet is like a step above Tylenol. Ridiculous. I'm trying to look through my notes and see if there's anything else. I don't see anything. I don't know. It's crazy, isn't it? Crazy, crazy. All right, let's see. What else we got? Yeah, for real. They did stop making Darvocet, but not because it was addictive. Because, I mean, all pain pills are addictive. It's because it can cause arrhythmia and heart complications. And it's such a mild pain medication that it's like the risk wasn't worth what it could do for you. Like it wasn't even good enough to like, I mean, because like everything can cause, different, like you're going to have anything cause different problems. There's risks with everything. Like you hear that, it's like, hey, you could have, like like no menstrual cramps, but you could like also probably die if you take this, like that kind of stuff. Like, but it would cause heart problems. So, and it didn't treat pain so much that it made any potential complications worth it. So it was pulled. Let's see. Darset sure to help with my headaches. Yeah, I had it for headaches for a while back in the day. Hello, Robert. Good morning. Good morning. I'm just not big on pain pills. Like I had to take them, obviously. Like I had to take them because of when going through everything. I had really severe pain. But they had me on stuff that was so strong. I didn't like it. I got my medical card and I did that instead. I hated taking pain pills. I still have some, and I think they give me like 30 a month or something. And I still have I still have a full bottle from like November or something. Not really big on taking stuff unless I need it. And I have to take so many medications anyway because of all the damage done. So many stuff to keep me functioning. I don't want to add anything else that I don't need. I got my medical card when I was sick. My pain was so bad I couldn't function. Like I would be sitting there shaking. And people kept telling me I need to try it. And I was like, I cannot do that. What? I am not going to smoke weed. What? And then there's one time I was sitting there like shaking so bad I couldn't even, like my hands were like this. I was in so much pain. And so finally I was like desperate. I was like, all right, fine, let me try it. And I was like, holy crap. I could still feel like that there was something wrong, but that intense pain was gone. And it felt like it went from being like intolerable pain to being uncomfortable. And I was like, holy crap. I went like the next week and got my card. It's like, screw pain pills. Join our Discord. I don't know. I've been on it. I'm not good with Discord, I'll be honest. I've been in there like 3 times. And one of those times I sent a message to the wrong people. I don't even know who got it. Somebody got my messages. I don't know. I don't even know. No clue. But I'm learning. I'm learning. Kind of. Juice wasn't worth the squeeze. There you go. No cramps, but you might die. Sounds like a fair trade-off. That was a little bit of an exaggeration, but all pills contain. Is that the part of it that was causing the heart stuff? The propoxyphene or whatever. Oh, and we watched this last night. Okay. Earmuffs, if you don't want to know what the verdict was. He's guilty. Murder in the first degree, lying in wait and the breaking and entering or whatever it was. He gone. I think December 6th. Maybe I made that up. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, December 6th, they're doing the sentencing. How long does it take for paint to dry? I'll say this. I don't talk about stuff like much on here, but screw it. Cat's out of the bag. Now I've had to explain my situation more than I had ever intended on it. And now everybody knows what, you know, what I've had to go through and what I still go through. It is great therapy. It is not as detrimental to your health and your well-being as pain medications are. It's not addictive like those are, where it just destroys your life. Because I've seen that happen to so many people, which I think part of the reason I'm so scared to take pain pills unless I absolutely have to. But it got me through cancer. I will tell you, it got me through cancer because I couldn't eat and it helped me with appetite. I couldn't sleep and it helped me sleep. I couldn't like function because the pain was so bad, and it like kept the pain down enough to help me be able to function. And I was like, when people suggested it first, I was like clutching my pearls, you know, like, what? Sounds like a boring soccer mom type, you know, like I'm not like, I was like, that's just something we tried in college. Like, that's not, people don't do that. And then I didn't realize how many people actually do that. I lived a sheltered, boring life at the time, apparently. But I would have to do, like, I would do it before I went to bed, and then I would take the gummies because I would wake up and then, like, when it would wear off, I'd wake up in such bad pain. It was just, I can't even describe the pain, like how intense it was. So I would take gummies because those don't kick in for a long time. So then by the time, whatever I did right before bed, by the time it wore off, the gummies were kicking in, and it would like help with those pain nerves or whatever to get me through the night. And it was the first time I had like was able to sleep for more than like 2 hours at a time or whatever. And it was like heaven. Now I only get to sleep about 2.5 hours at a time. I have to wake up about every 2.5 hours in the night for the rest of my life. Fun times. Oh, Kelly P, I'm sorry you have a migraine. Migraines stink. They're terrible. I say is like number 2 an opioid prescription or was. And here's my thing. Like I had opioid prescriptions for a while. Like, I mean, there are situations where you have to, like, you just have to. I had to for a while. I've seen people where they had to, and then when, you know, the time was up, by that time, then they're hooked. And then that's where the problems start. Like, it's just scary, you know? I started using gummies and I overdid it, and now I don't dare drive. I should have taken 1 gummy and not 2, and they are strong. Then there is 1 to sleep. Try them. I haven't taken them in a while. My pain's been pretty overall manageable lately, for the most part. I still get real bad back pain. Paint is still drying, Tommy Jones. It's taking forever. This is making me a little bit nervous. Like this is not, this should have been. Oh yes, let's put December 6th in the calendar. Look at me with my digital calendar. I'm so professional. There we go. There we go. Bam, in the calendar. Bam. Oh, that sucks. I could easily get a medical card for my anxiety and pain, but it would destroy my career, so I'm stuck in limbo. There's still a stigma that comes with having the card. And look, I'm going to be the first to tell you, like, I had that stigma because, like I said, when it was first suggested to me, I was like, I can't do that. What? I can't smoke the marijuanas. But it got me through cancer. Oh, it got me through. It's the only way I could hold down food, the only way I could sleep, the only way I could tolerate the pain. So now I'm like, and then I was like, when I first got, y'all, we're just off the rails today anyway, unmedicated brandy. When I first got, I was like really embarrassed, like, because I didn't think anybody did it. Like, I didn't know. Like, everybody does it. Did y'all know this? Did y'all know how many people do this? I didn't. And so I was like hiding it and stuff. And I'd be like, man, I really need to eat. I haven't been able to eat all day. Like I'd go to, dinner with my family or something. And I'd be like, and so they gave me like these like little pin thingies. It's like, it looks like a little pin. It looks like, well, this is mascara stuff, but it looks like this, but black. So they gave me these and I'm like, so I had to Google how to work it. I was like, what do you do? And then I'd like Google like, oh, you press the button and then I would like mess it up. And cause like, I guess if you press it more than once, it does something different. I still don't really know. I just know that like I had to Google it anyway. So, cause when I had tried it, when I was in college and stuff, like they didn't have those anyway. So I didn't know. I had to Google it. So we would like go out to dinner with my family or something. I'd be like, man, I haven't been able to eat. So I need to, I need to get some food in me. And so I would like sneak out there, like be like, in the parking lot, like I'm, like doing crack cocaine or something. And I'm like hitting my little medical marijuana thing, like all embarrassed. And then like all of a sudden, I don't know if I didn't know it until I started. And then everybody was like, oh, well, she does it too. Or maybe I just never noticed before. But then I'm like, whoa, everybody does this. Like, not everybody. A lot of people do this. I was shocked. I was like, really? It is so much more common than I knew. I was like, that's not something people do anymore. But it is. It is. It's hilarious. Soccer moms are very pro-use. Yeah, I didn't know that until I started having to do it. Did not know. No clue. I had no idea. It's hilarious. My sleep pattern sounds like yours. Oh, it's awful. It's awful. I used to have to set an alarm. But now my body instinctively wakes me up every 2.5, 3 hours in the middle of the night. It's awful. My migraines went away after I got prescription glasses. I think I was getting them a lot because I don't wear my glasses. Good morning, Roseanne. How are you? Good morning. We're still in verdict watch. And I'm just telling all my dirty little secrets here. See, this is what happens when we have too much free time. I start talking too much. Unmedicated brandy off the rails. On the, what Alyssa call it? Was it the bumpy patch thing? What's it called? What's it called? What's it called? On the side of the road where it's like, bup, 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 bup. That's where we're at. Rumble strips. I knew it. I knew y'all would get me. Let's see. Hollyback says, if this is too personal, don't answer. Where was you terminated? Well, everything that was so personal was destroyed for me this week because of attacks. So nothing's too personal now. Now everything's out on the table, which is actually kind of cathartic. I had stage 3B cervical cancer. So it was like towards the back of my cervix, and like it had grown so much it spread like in my ureter tubes and stuff like that. Like it had, I was misdiagnosed because I said that, like, I kept going to the doctor saying I had back pain, and they kept misdiagnosing me. And finally, I went into the emergency room on Christmas Day because I had like no energy and I couldn't function. I could barely even walk. And it turns out, I didn't find out until later, it turned out that that was because the tumor had grown and blocked my ureter tubes and shut down my kidney function. Lucy's snoring, lazy bum. She needs to get a job, pull her weight around here. So I had chemo and radiation, which took care of it, most of it. But it did so much damage. The tumor did so much damage, and then the radiation did a lot of damage. And so my insides were basically left looking like Swiss cheese. And I had to do a whole bunch of surgeries to hatch me back up. Let's see. If the jury, let's do a quiz on, or not a quiz, pop quiz, guys. Let's do a poll on this one. Do you think they will never trial if it's a hung jury? That's a good question. If it's a hung jury, do you think that they'll do another trial? Crazy. Listen to her snoring. The paint has now dried and is cracking. It is no longer pink. It has gone from pink to white to brown. We did a poll. The majority said guilty. And then the next highest thing was hung. And then a very small percentage said not guilty. Listen to her. Gosh, she's so funny. Hey, Ricky, I used your term earlier, Ricky. I said, I was talking about my friend's murder and how they arrested the wrong guy. And I was like, this is bull butter. Let's see. Everyone jumped off a bridge, would you too? Yes, I did it in Hawaii. Jumped off a bridge right into this big water thing, and it was fantastic. It was so pretty. Yes. So the answer is yes. I didn't know. I didn't know people did it. I'm still catching up. Still catching up. I'm behind on chat. I'm trying to read all y'all's stuff. I like seeing what y'all have to say. I miss so many while we're doing everything. Thank you. I'm happy to be here. Yeah, I did. And one came back a regular, but then they brought me back in to do another one and they were like, oh, it's fine. And that is something like, I know that sounds like a very, but what I went through, I would not wish on anybody. So like, this is like my little PSA, ladies, get your pap smears. And oh man, what's the one where they squish your girls? Oh man, that one's awful. What's it called? Mammogram. Oh man, that hurts. But no, it doesn't hurt that bad. I was just joking. It's not fun. Do it. That's too sensitive an area for you to be squashing in a big old machine. Like, let me pull this down on you. Just telling all my stuff. Brandy off meds. Yeah, the popcorn looking sealant or textured sealant is like not doing it for me right now. Thank you, Tommy. I appreciate it. Quilting and True Crime Addict. I have not seen them ask any other questions. Like, they haven't had anything since that. Have they? I haven't. No, because they went home not long after that. And then today we've just been sitting here just waiting. Is it, do I think they should try her again, or will they actually? Will they actually? Thank you, Jackie D. I love y'all too. They just had the one that, well, I guess it was 2 in 1 that I know of, Robin, where they asked for the maps and stuff. But that's the only ones I've seen. But I mean, that was it. Patch's mine was unfortunately not caught early. That was 3B. So it was as far progressed as it can get before lymph nodes, is what they said. So it had spread, however they described it, like spread locally. But if it got to lymph nodes, then it would spread throughout. So it had progressed locally and damaged like everything in the area. How long did the previous trials deliberate? I don't know. That's a good question. Does anybody know on the other 3 trials that they did on this, how many hours they spent deliberating on any of those? Since the first 2 were hung juries, I'm assuming that those would have been longer. But I don't know about the last one with the conviction. I don't know. Oh, let me check on our... We still... The other one still hasn't started yet, I don't think. The boy in the box, they must be still be doing jury instructions. But if y'all see it pop up before I do, let me know. But I've got it on another tab. I'm trying to watch for it, but I would assume that one will be starting at lunch-ish. Oh. Okay. The 3rd trial. What? 3rd trial, 27 hours. We got places to be. We can't be sitting here 27 hours. Right now they're at 11. 27 hours? What? Well, at least we have our other one starting in just a minute or just a little bit. All right. Am I caught up on chat? No, I'm not. I thought I was. I don't think they're allowed to know how many she had before. Oh, let's see. Yeah, the guys, anytime we talk about like mammograms and hot judges, all the guys are like, all right, I'll be back in a little bit. We'll be back. Let's see. That's true. Melly's hung jury took no time at all because they gave up pretty quickly. Ugh. Hi, Cheryl. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. The second trial is 4 days of deliberations. It was a mistrial. Thank you, Kat. 4 days in mistrial. What? And we're all like, oh yeah, it should be a couple hours. I guess this one is a little bit more complicated though. I didn't even get to see all of this one because of CrimeCon, but this one was, I guess they have a little bit more. But honestly, both of these though, I didn't think they were going to take quite this long. But I guess it's only been 11 hours, but it feels like 84 years. Stephanie Poston, did your chemo not make you lose all your hair? So I did cisplatin chemo, so I didn't have to lose all of my hair. I actually only, I mean, it thinned out a lot. I lost a lot of it. I had a gnarly bald spot back here, but I didn't lose it all. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. All right, now am I caught up? I was trying to answer all the questions. Oh, wait. I'm almost caught up. Almost caught up. Good morning. Good morning. Now I'm caught up. Oh, hey, Ivan. Hello. Hello. All right. Now am I caught up? Oh my gosh, yes. I just need to go take a nap and then they'll come back with a verdict. All right, now I'm caught up. All right, so I try to go through every once in a while and like I know I get behind, so I try to like go through and like read everything for a minute. So I think I'm caught up, and if I missed it, I'm sorry. I do try my best. All right, let's find something to do. Because our other one is not starting. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. All right. Live. Oh my God. Good morning. Good morning. All right, here we go. Ew. All right, so let's see. Oh, no wonder. Duh, Brandy. Get some sleep. There you go. All right, now we're cooking. All right, let's see. This ooh. This is how tired I am. I'm scrolling through the live thing on Facebook, or not Facebook, YouTube. And I'm like, that looks like my thumbnail. And I'm like, oh wait, that is me. That's us. definitely yes. Let's see. I was trying to find, there's the, wait, is this it? No. Wait, where is it? I thought I had it bookmarked as like a fun thing to do when we're having to wait for 1 million years. But I don't see it. Seven. Y'all ever watch the parole hearings? Let's see. Oops. Oops. What did I just do? Um, whoa. Y'all ever watch these?
Good morning.
Woo! Scared me.
Committee on Parole is called to order this morning. Today's Tuesday,
Scared
September
me.
26, 2023. The time is 8:26 a.m. My name is Cheryl Renatza. My colleagues on the panel this morning, Mr. Alvin Roche, Mrs. Bonnie Jackson. We're situated at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge, and I'd like for the staff here this morning to introduce yourself for the record.
Whitney Trustler. Carla Williams.
And our first remote location this morning for revocations is at St. Tammany Parish Jail. Would the staff in St. Tammany introduce yourself for the record, please?
Corporal Jonathan Lott and also Deputy Tyler Hogue.
Thank y'all for accommodating us this morning. And we have before us our case, Mr. Tippett. Sir, would you introduce yourself to us? Tell us your name and DOC number, please.
My name is Lorenzo Tiffett. My DOC number is 704-911.
And joining us also this morning from probation and parole is Mr. Jason Carpenter. We'll call on him for his remarks at the appropriate time. Mr. Tiffett, we're here for a revocation decision this morning. Do you have a revocation questionnaire there with you?
A questionnaire. I have the yeah, I have the paper, the form with the violations on it.
No, the revocation questionnaire.
Oh, all right. Yes. I'm sorry.
Is that your signature at the bottom of that page dated August 4th, 23?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And based on that information, you're not eligible for appointed counsel. So I'm going to read the allegations against you, and I'm going to ask you to enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. And then after that, we'll hear from the probation and parole officer. And you can make a statement at the end if you'd like to before we vote on the revocation.
Yes, ma'am.
Get to the right page. Okay, Mr. Tiffith, you're accused of violating the conditions of your parole. You're accused of violating condition number 2. Number 2 states, I will submit a monthly report by the 5th of every month until I complete my supervision. I'll report to my parole officer when ordered to do so. You fail to submit a monthly report or report to your parole officer when ordered to do so because you absconded supervision. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
With a statement?
I didn't, honestly, I didn't.
I'm just asking you, will you be making a statement in that regard? Yes or no?
Oh, I'm not understanding this.
Well, your pleas are guilty, not guilty, guilty with a statement or not guilty with a statement. You pled not guilty. I'm asking, are you going to have a statement?
I'm gonna just take guilty on everything, miss.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. That's all they want.
Well, let me read. So you just pled not guilty. Are you changing your plea to guilty to violating condition number 2?
Yes, ma'am. I'm trying to violate everything.
Okay. Well, I gotta go through it. Condition number 3, you requested to have your case transferred to Illinois and were allowed to move to Illinois while transfer was pending. The transfer was eventually denied by Illinois and multiple attempts were made to contact you to inform you that you needed to return to Louisiana. You didn't respond to any of the attempts to contact you, nor did you ever voluntarily reach out to probation and parole to find out the status of your case. Ultimately, you were arrested in Illinois due to the fact that the Louisiana Parole Board issued a warrant for your arrest for absconding supervision. How do you plead to violation of condition number 3?
Guilty.
And lastly is regarding your fees. In condition number 10, you have failed to pay your monthly supervision fees. You were ordered to pay $63 a month and you have not made a payment since April 7th, 2022. Currently, you're $1,491 in arrears. How do you plead to violating condition number 10?
Guilty.
Okay, sir. So let's just go ahead and hear from the probation and parole officer, Mr. Carpenter. I know you got a busy day. We'd like to hear your statement, sir.
It's Marcy. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. If the offender is willing to plead guilty on that, we support that decision. As far as everything that you read, all the violations, they are correct, and we have nothing further on that.
Okay. Well, thanks for joining us this morning. We really appreciate it.
Yes,
Mr. Tiffith, you pled guilty to all the violations. Is there anything else you'd like to say to us?
Honestly, and all in all, it was just a big misunderstanding. I transferred somewhere. I really don't have no knowledge about the probation and parole stipulations and all that. I was at the address that I was supposed to be at. I was waiting on a letter of a parole officer to pull up to the address, but no one ever showed. I honestly didn't know it was on my behalf that I was supposed to reach back out and try to figure something out. I didn't know. It just was a big misunderstanding. I wasn't in no trouble. That's all I can really say. I didn't really do anything wrong.
Okay.
She said, okay.
Well, there's a process.
Okay.
You received permission to go to Illinois, that was rejected twice. And when they reached out,
I have the paper right here. I had permission.
You had permission to go, but you still have to do an interstate compact to formally transfer your provision.
The paperwork, yeah.
So I think that I'm ready to vote. My vote's going to be based on your guilty plea to violating all 3 conditions we discussed. My vote today is to revoke your parole. Mr. Roshan? Yes.
Mr. Tiffith, based on your pleading guilty to conditions number 2, 3, and 10 of your supervision contract, I vote to revoke your supervision.
Mrs. Jackson? Mr. Tiffith, my vote is the same. All right, Mr. Tiffith, today your parole's been revoked, sir. Good luck to you.
Good luck to you all. Thank you.
That concludes our business in St. Tammany. Thanks for accommodating us. It's 8:33 a.m.
Thank you, ma'am.
We'll do this because I will get people asking, what are we doing? Let's see. This was from a couple days ago, so I get to like fast forward the 10 seconds or whatever.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Committee on Parole is reconvening at Rapides Detention Center. Today's Tuesday, September 26, 2023. The time is 8:35 a.m. Would the staff there at Rapides please introduce yourself for the record? Oh, y'all are still on mute.
Sergeant Marsh.
Okay, thank you. And we have before us Mr. Austin. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Your Honor, this is Mr. Cedarian Fox. Montel Austin is in Avoyles.
Okay.
Oh, he's right outside the door. I'm sorry.
So we'll go ahead and we'll do Mr. Fox first. Stand by, we gotta get to the right place.
He's right outside the door. He's got to be in Avoyles today. And he's got to be in here today too. Oh, we're hoping we can get through this.
Come on, get it together. We're trying to listen. We're like right at the 13-hour mark now in deliberations. Why is taking them so long? Hello, we're waiting on you. Hi, I don't like waiting. There we go.
Okay, we're back. We were waiting to get Mr. Fox. We were waiting to get your mother in. She's joined us. You can see now. So let's get started. Sir, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number, please.
Hi, my name is Cedarian Fox. My DOC number is 636775.
Right, and I see you have counsel with you this morning. Counsel, would you introduce yourself?
Yes,
Alan Smith, bar roll number 20377, address 1100 ML King, Alexandria, Louisiana 71301.
I'll be right back.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Fox, I'll read the allegations against you and I'll ask you to enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. Your case has been assigned to Mrs. Jackson. She'll take the lead on the interview. She'll ask you some questions. We'll hear from your mother. And before we turn it over to Mr. Smith, we'll ask you if there's a statement you'd like to make.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You are, Mr. Fox, you're accused of violating the conditions of your parole, specifically condition number 13, which was a special condition. Abide by sex offender contract and have no contact with juveniles. In that it is alleged that you violated condition number 13 in that on July 17, 2023, you were located at a residence with 3 juveniles, ages 5, 9, and 11 months. After completing intake and being instructed numerous times to have no contact with juveniles earlier that day. How do you plead to violating condition number 13?
Not guilty.
Right, Mrs. Jackson.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Fox.
Yes, ma'am.
You were paroled on June 14th, is that correct?
You mean I was released?
Yeah, you were paroled on June 14th of this year.
I I was released on the 13th.
Well, okay, we're not gonna quibble over a day, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when did you report to probation and parole for your intake after you were released?
I was released on the 13th. I went to probation and parole on the 14th. They told me to come back up to probation and parole on the 17th.
And did you do that? Did you go back on the 17th?
I went on 17th at 7:30. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what happened when you went on the 17th?
I went in front of Lane Norman. He gave me my paperwork, and he was giving me the conditions of my parole. With the conditions of my parole, I was telling him that I was trying to be around my daughter and stuff like that, and he told me that I couldn't be around. He told me I couldn't be around any kids first, and I told him I had a daughter. He was like, "Well, sign, get the paperwork from the child's mom, and they'll bring it in front of the board." So I was like, "Okay." I didn't think that.
Okay, can I stop you for a moment?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your approved residence when you were released and you went to probation and parole? You had to give them an approved residence.
Yes, ma'am.
And what residence did you give as your place of contact?
2003 9th Street.
And who lives on 9th Street?
My great grandmother.
And who lives with your great grandmother?
Just me and her.
Okay, so that was where you were scheduled to live.
Yes, ma'am.
But on the did you get arrested or detained on the 17th? What day did you actually get arrested?
I got arrested on the 17th, the same day I went to see him.
Okay, you had gone to done the intake on the 17th.
Yeah.
Conditions going over with you. So where did you go after you left probation and parole?
I went to the sex offender class. I went to sex offender to go report for the registration, the sex offender thing, and I went to a restaurant for seeking a job. And my mom had an accident because she was my ride. Now she stopped at my grandmother's house to change, and that's how I ended up being at my grandmother's house. I was outside waiting for her so I can go to APD.
Okay. Okay, I'm confused. You were going to be living with your great grandmother or your grandmother?
My great grandmother.
Okay. Your mother ended up at your grandmother's.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
why was she? And you were in the car because she was your transportation to
Yes,
go
ma'am.
to probation, parole, go to sex offender registration, and all of that. Correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And so, tell me what happened that brought her to your grandmother's house.
She went to my grandmother's house to handle some business there. She wasn't going to be long, so I stayed outside and I talked to my brother. And I got a call from my grandmother saying that my great grandmother saying that my parole officer had stopped by.
Okay. Okay. So, who lives at your grandmother's house?
Her, my little brother, her husband, and I think that's it. I'm not so sure because I don't.
How old is your little brother?
My little brother, he's just now making 21.
Okay, so he's an adult.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when your mom stopped at her mom's house, did you get out of the car?
Yeah, I was sitting on the porch. Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever go in the house?
No, ma'am.
You were just waiting for your mom to come out so she could take you to the next place you needed to be.
Yes, ma'am.
And in the meantime, the parole officer had gone to your great grandmother's house to confirm that that was your address.
To be honest,
Okay, but he went to your great grandmother's house.
yeah.
How did he know
Whenever,
at your grandmother's house?
yeah, well, whenever he went to my grandmother's house, my great grandmother's house, my grandmother called me. My great grandmother called me. When she called me, I called him.
I got you. Told him where you were.
And I
You
told him where I
got
was.
And when he got there, you were sitting on the porch waiting for your mom.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
And you've never been in the house.
Never one time been in the house.
And it's your assertion that at that time, you were not aware that there were children in the house.
Yes, ma'am.
How did the parole officer know that there were children in the house?
Well, whenever he pulled up, by this not being my residence, I told him that I didn't give him the right to search the house. He asked to search the house. I ain't give him the right because it wasn't my house. And I didn't know who was in there.
Right.
He still evaded and asked to go into the house. And when he went into the house, he seen the children that were there.
And then you were arrested that same day and then
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that's all I have. All right, we'd like to hear from your mother, Miss Lakeisha Fulton Wells. Ma'am, I think you're on mute still.
Yes, ma'am.
Here you go. Go ahead. We'd like to hear from you, please.
On the day that he was released, he went to my grandmother's house, Alma White. That's the 2003 9th Street address. I was called. We went, greeted, welcomed him home. Everything was fine. He told me he had to go to his parole officer that Friday morning. I'm the youngest of the mothers in the family, so I'm the transportation for everyone. I picked him up that morning, took him to probation and parole. He didn't get to see nobody, so they gave him an appointment to come back that Monday. So Monday morning, we got up, got him, and we attempted to get all his business taken care of. I'm incognate from back surgery. Mornings are hard for me because of the incognito. But I got up, did what I could, and went about our day. Took him to probation and parole, sat there. He went in, did whatever he had to do, came back and said he needed letters from the children, from his brothers, about his brother's children. I said, okay, fine. I can get the girls to write the letters because the grandchildren are mostly with me. Their parents work. My youngest son's in college. So I do grandma duties. But this particular day, because I had Sir and I had to do some running around with him, the kids were at my mom's house. During our running around, I had an accident and I was forced to stop to change my undergarments. I went to my mother's house, went in, cleaned up, changed. While I'm in the house, my mom tells me that the probation officer had been to my grandmother's house. Mind you, my grandmother is 98 years old. She lives by herself unless Sir is there. She told Sir that the parole officer had been there. She didn't get to the door in time to answer him that he was seen on the camera. So Sir called the parole officer and told him, look, I'm at my grandma's house with my mama. We trying to do the stuff that you needed me to do. He said, yeah, I'm on my way. Within moments, the man pulled up, got out of his truck, and walked up onto the porch with me and Sir. We would have been moving around before then if he hadn't said he was on his way. When he got out, he greeted us and he said, yeah, I remember you. I came to your house and to prove your address and was deemed that he couldn't stay with me because I had the grandgirls. I said, yes, sir, I'm the same one. I'm his mother. He said, okay, come show me around. He was speaking to Sir at that point. So Sir told him, I don't live here. I can't let you in somebody else's house. He said, yeah, come on. The officer opened the door and walked in. No knock, no nothing, just walked in. My mother was sitting on the couch, and it was the day of my 5-year-old's birthday. She was opening her gifts in the middle of the floor. The parole officer stepped in the house, seen the kids, and told her, turn around and put your hands behind your back.
Right, yes, ma'am. And we know what happened after that. Can you wrap it up for us, please, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. On the day in question, we did everything that I thought we could do. If I hadn't had an accident, we would have never been at my mother's house. Sir never went in. He stayed in the car, in the driveway, and on the porch. I tried to explain that to the officer. I even tried to give him the letters that he had requested.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for being with us this morning. Mr. Fox, is there anything you'd like to say to us before we turn it over to Mr. Smith?
At the end of the day, all I just want to be known is I'm just trying to get back home to my family. That's it. My family leave me, and I'm just trying to get back to my people. That's it.
All right. Thank you, sir. Mr. Smith.
Yes, I'll be extremely brief. I was retained to represent him in other matters. He had an out date of March 22nd. I was friends with his great grandmother, Alma White. She's 98 years old. I said, I think he's coming home then. They didn't release him. I inquired as to why. They said he couldn't live. He had listed his great grandmother's house as where he was going to reside. They said, you can't live there. There's it's within 1,000 feet of, he's a tier 1, mind you. It's within 1,000 feet of children. I filed a motion because I didn't think that was so. We had a hearing. His parole officer at that time came in and agreed, said there was nowhere within 1,000 feet that there were children. So he could live there. When he did go to live with his great grandmother. And then he was picked up 2 days later, I think it was 2 days later. And on the instance y'all just heard. But interestingly, he's a tier 1, so that in the past he could be around children as long as he was supervised, if there was an adult there. But during this particular time, for some reason, he had to get letters and things of that nature, which is what they were trying to do. He certainly didn't violate. He didn't have contact with any children, in as much as he never went into the house. They were on the other side of a wall, and I don't know how that would constitute contact. That's why I filed a motion to clarify what the actual terms were.
All right. Thank you, sir. Any other questions?
No.
All right. I think we're ready to vote. Mrs. Jackson.
Mr. Fox, obviously you were trying to do the right thing. The parole officer wouldn't have even have been at your grandmother's house if you hadn't called and informed him. I believe your testimony. I believe your mom. And it's unfortunate that this matter was handled in the way that it was. But my vote today would be do not revoke and return to supervision.
Mr. Roche.
Mr. Fox, do not revoke, return to supervision.
And Mr. Fox, I do agree. That is my vote as well. Do not revoke, return to supervision.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
You
you.
have a blessed morning.
Thank you.
Look at her crying.
Aw.
I'm on my way, sir.
I feel bad for her. All right, let's see. Let's skip forward. I love that blue.
All right. Is Mr. Austin there? Are they bringing? I can't see. I think I'm seeing part of a computer or something.
Yes, ma'am, we're bringing him into the room.
Okay.
Unbelievably, I happen to represent Mr. Austin in of Walls Parish. It's a small world, but he's on this page, and I'm going to go ahead and sit with him since I am his attorney.
Well, good. How about that?
He has business there this afternoon. I'm
Come on, get it together. We're on time crunch here. Oh, wait, no, we're not. We're watching time dry or paint dry. We still got plenty of time. Plenty of time. Plenty of time. Whoa. It's nap time. We take a nap. They'll come back.
Here he comes. Oh, I'm sitting with me. I'm the lawyer. As you know, a boy. See what happens here. This is for all. Wait, what is it? This is for the parole application. But maybe over this.
Okay. Mr. Austin, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sir, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Untitled Austin, DOC number 703-904.
And Mr. Austin, you have attorney counsel. Please introduce yourself for the record.
Alan Smith, Your Honor. Y'all have my credentials and name and address from that earlier hearing.
We do. Thank you. So, Mr. Austin, you're familiar with the process. You've been through this before, so we'll just jump right in. I'm going to read the allegations, and your case has been assigned to Mrs. Jackson. She'll take the lead on the interview.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Austin, you're accused of violating conditions of your parole, specifically condition number 13, which was a special condition. At your revocation hearing on July 26, 2023, the board ordered you to complete the transitional work program for 6 months in lieu of revocation. You failed to comply with the orders of the parole board in that you did not satisfactorily complete the program, as you were negatively discharged for an aggravated work offense on August 23rd, 2023. How do you plead to violating condition number 13?
Not guilty.
Not guilty? Okay. Would you answer Mrs. Jackson, please?
All right, Mr. Austin, you were scheduled to be for a revocation hearing on July 26th. The board listened to the circumstances of your case, and instead of revoking you, they ordered you to complete 6 months in a transitional work release program, and you got removed from the program on August 23rd for an aggravated work offense. So what happened?
It was like the job that they give me. It's like they don't want to let me, communicate, with nobody. It's like, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, communicate. Nobody like who?
No, I'm talking about like my co-workers, like workers, like people that be coming buy stuff out the store.
Well, I mean, were those people in the work release program, or were they just customers?
Customers, but like the people.
What were the rules? What were you told? What were the rules?
The rules like saying like I can't communicate with nobody, but I got workers that work with me that talk to people, but they don't tell them nothing. But as soon as I start working, they want to be all on my back, telling me stuff. Oh, this what you can't do, this what you can't do, this what you can't do. But not to say it like that, but I used to want to say it like that, but they used to be all on my back. I used to be like, sir, they got other workers that work here just like me. Why is you all on my back? Like, you know, every time I go to the bathroom, he always on my back when I go to the bathroom. I'm like, man, you know, I can't do that. So I told my boss man, I'm like, not to be ugly, but I can't work like this. Can you give me another job? And he said, you know, we gonna work on it, but I guess he ain't gonna work on it. So I guess they had to fire me from their job, and they was gonna work on getting me another job, but I guess they ain't do it.
Well, what was the specific thing that you did to get an aggravated work offense? Tell us the specific thing that happened on August 23rd that got you removed.
Oh, really, I ain't really do nothing. You know what I'm saying? You know, it really shocked me when the man called me to his office and said I was fired. You know, it really shocked me because I ain't really do nothing that day. But he was telling me he was firing me because I went to the front of the building, and you ain't supposed to be in the front. After I fixed me a drink, I had fixed me a drink and went in the front of the restaurant. And that's what you told my boss, that's what he fired me for. And like, I was really upset. I was telling my boss, like, they ain't really nothing to fire me for, because I was really upset, frustrated, and I was really like, you know, really, like, I ain't really go off, but like, I was really talking out of frustration. And like, that's what probably made him really, you know, fire me, because he was talking like he was gonna fire me, but I wasn't really fired. But by me talking like I was frustrated, he went ahead and fired me.
Well, when you say your boss, who are you referring to when you said you talked to your boss and he was going to find something else?
Mr. Lamone and Mr. BB.
Well, who was the person who fired you?
Oh, you talking about the boss at the store? Oh, Mr. Tony. His name is Mr. Tony.
So what did he get fired for?
But at the jail, the boss at the jail named Lamone, Mr. Lamone and Mr. BB.
Okay.
Bring the witnesses. I need to hear more.
Okay, let me ask you this. When you felt like you were not in a good work situation, did you report it to the people at the jail who are over the transitional work program?
Yes, ma'am. Cause
Stop talking. Stop talking. Who did you report it to?
Lamone and BB, cause they the main people that gotta give you the job.
Bring Lamone and BB.
Okay. Who is your direct supervisor?
Mr. Lamone and Mr. BB.
At the restaurant or at the prison?
At the prison.
Mr. Evans?
Who's your direct supervisor at the restaurant?
That's perfect.
Oh, Mr. Tony.
And he's the person that fired you.
That's what my boss said at the jail. I ain't never talked to my boss at the restaurant. I ain't never talked to my boss at the restaurant. As soon as I got to the jail from the restaurant, my boss told me everything, what he was saying over the phone.
All right, Mr. Austin.
Mr. Austin, after you got fired, did you get a disciplinary write-up?
Yes, ma'am. They said I had a copy, but I don't have it on me right now.
Okay, but did Mr. Lemoyne or Mr. Beebe ever try, before this happened, did they ever try to find another work release situation for you?
No, ma'am. I had asked them about it. Like, can they transfer me to another work release to like the the Quincy Baton Rouge, and he said they was gonna work on it, but I guess they ain't never got back with me.
There's no other business where you are that hires people from work release? That restaurant the only place that accepts work release inmates?
No, ma'am. I can work anywhere else, but like the place they got me right now, they got me at another jail where like I can't communicate with them type of people. They got them type of jobs and in line for people. That's work release eligible. If you work release eligible, and once you get moved to DC3 to the parish jail, you ain't gonna be able to talk to them type of people. Like the type of jail I'm in, they got me at a disciplinary jail. They got me at a disciplinary jail right now.
All right. Thank you. That's all.
Okay. Mr. Smith, can you help us any?
I do not, Your Honor. I have no, I'm not at liberty to comment on this.
He's like, no, I can't. I got nothing.
But
I can't help.
they only
us before we vote.
Yeah, they only got me in jail for not going to see my PO within 72 hours, and they had got me said I had went to Texas without permission, and I've been in jail going on 4 months. I've been in jail going on.
I sat on your initial hearing and was willing to give you a chance to let you do the work release because you were very wordy at your first revocation hearing. I'm concerned we gave you the opportunity for work release, which was a break, and then you go and you can't follow the instructions of your employer. So, anything else you want to say to us?
Yes, ma'am. I try work release again. But just a different job.
No, we don't have control of that. So, and neither do you really. So I think we're prepared to vote, Mrs. Jackson.
And then the other type of job that they gave me, the type of job that they gave me.
Mr. Austin, we're going to be voting.
Mr. Austin, I hear what you're saying. I do. But in the real world, there are always going to be, situations where you're going to have conflicts or misunderstandings with people that you work with or for. And that's one of the things that you have to learn how to navigate if you're going to be successful in society. I understand what you're saying, but you were discharged because of an aggravated work release. And so my vote is going to be to revoke. You have an expiration date of March of next year, but my vote today is to revoke.
Mr. Roche.
Mr. Austin, based on you being removed from a board-ordered transitional work program due to a aggravated work offense, I am revoking your supervision.
And Mr. Austin, I also have heard what you're saying, that my vote today, based on your removal from the work release program, is to revoke your parole. Good luck to you, sir. That's the last case we have at Rapides. We're going to sign off at 9:13 a.m. Thanks for accommodating us.
This is the wrong vote.
Wow. I want to know what happened. I want Mr. Beebe and Mr. Lamone, Mr. Tony to come in.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Committee on Parole is reconvening at Louisiana Transitional Center for Women. It is Tuesday, September 26, 2023. It's 9:16 a.m. My name is Cheryl Renatzi, serving as today's chair of today's panel. My colleagues are Mr. Alvin Roche, Mrs. Bonnie Jackson. And with the staff there at LTCW, please introduce yourself for the record.
Okay, we're something is happening because we can't see you. Oh, there you go.
You see us?
Good morning. I'm Phyllis Jones, program coordinator.
All right, thank you, Ms. Jones. And we have
Facilitator. Come on, sir.
Facilitator.
Have a seat. Take your mask off. Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Harvey. How are you today?
All right.
Good. Would you introduce yourself to the parole panel? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Catherine Harvey. My DOC is 709-413.
All right. Did you hear the introductions earlier? My name is Cheryl Renatzi. This is Mr. Alvin Roche and Mrs. Bonnie Jackson. We are your parole panel today. I'm going to read some information into the record, ask you to confirm it, and then we'll have a parole interview with you. We will also hear from Ms. Jones or the staff to see if they have anything to add to the conversation.
Jurors are working through lunch. Right now, it's 12 or 13 hours and 35 minutes. So they're working through lunch, which means they are probably close to a verdict.
We also have a representative from the DA's office in Jefferson Parish who's asked for input. We'll hear from him at the appropriate time, and we'll ask you if you have a statement to make before we vote. You understand that process?
Yes, ma'am.
So you are Catherine Harvey, classified as a second felony offender, currently serving a 5-year sentence for aggravated second-degree battery. You're not eligible for good time, and your full term date is August 2nd, 2025. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm showing a parole eligibility of May of 24.
No, I see. No,
Right, yeah. Parole, because she's not eligible for good time.
right.
We just have the full time.
Excuse me, could you speak up so we could hear you?
All right. Sorry, I was doing some math, calculated if we should be seeing you yet or not. And
We didn't come
should,
here to math.
I suppose. So your case has been assigned to me. I do see they corrected your parole eligibility earlier this month. So I'll take the lead on the interview. So Miss Harvey, I see you have a birthday coming up next week.
Yes, I am.
You'll be 40, huh?
Yes.
Well, happy birthday early.
Thank
you. Your charge was aggravated second-degree battery by cutting. Tell us what happened. What did you do?
Well, my baby daddy was not supposed to be around me, but he was around me. I'm mad because I didn't want to be with him anymore. And he came while coming by me or whatever, exposing my face, hitting me while I was holding my son at the time. Got my son out the way or whatever. His brother took him, not my child, but brother on the dad's side. And I cut him back on his hand and I flashed on it. That's all I remember.
Right. And as part of the process, we do reach out to the victim. We were, I think, unable to locate Mr. Chanot, I believe was his name. Tell us what, what concerns me as I look at your history.
Did she just say Lamont? Oh, this is Mr. Lamont's girlfriend. Hold on, she said that.
Tell us, I believe was his name.
Hold on.
Tell us what
Lamont.
what
It's Mr.
concerns
Lamont's.
me as I look at
Hold on. It's Mr. Lamont's girlfriend. She said Lamont. Oops. What'd I do?
Anything to add to the conversation? Would you introduce yourself to the parole panel? Tell us your name and from the DA's office in Jefferson. Parole, or she's a.
It's Mr.
No.
Remember Mr. Lamont, who may or may not have fired the last guy? It's Mr. Lamont's baby mama who attacked him and second-degree battery or whatever. Man, Lamont's all up in this.
Right.
Lamont something.
It is. All right. Sorry, I was doing some math, calculated if we should be seeing you yet or not, and we should, I suppose. So your case has been assigned to me. I do see they corrected your parole eligibility earlier this month.
What's happening?
So I'll take the lead on the interview. So Miss Harvey, I see you have a birthday coming up next week.
Yes, I am.
You'll be 40, huh?
Oh wait,
Yes.
we got.
Wow.
I went too far behind.
Right. And as part of the process, we do reach out to the victim. We were, I think, unable to locate Mr. Chanot, I believe was his name.
Mr. Chanot.
Lamont Chanot.
Lamont Chanot.
You know, what concerns me is I look at your history, your criminal history, even though you're classified as a second offender. I see in a 2008 arrest for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon by the Orange Police Department. 2015, second-degree cruelty to a juvenile in St. Charles. 2016, aggravated battery with a dangerous weapon in Orleans. What's all that about? All of that.
I just have a anger problem, but
Okay, all right. So what have you done about that anger problem?
I've been working a lot. I've been humble. I've been changing a lot lately since I've been down. A lot in my family, they like that side of me that I have been changing. So,
how long you been in jail?
3 years and a month.
3 years, you say?
Mm-hmm.
And I saw you were enrolled in Beyond Trauma in May of last year, 2022. You were in, like a month later, you were removed for disciplinary reasons. Why were you removed from that program?
Well, it's not on my behalf, but the deputies that was working on the ship of Ramadan with me, they was having me going to class late, so they had me get out of class. That's what happened.
So they wrote you up?
Huh? Yeah. I don't think I got rolled up. I never got a slip saying I got rolled up or anything like that. I was just not.
Have you had any write-ups in the last 3.5 years?
Huh?
Have you had any write-ups since you've been there?
No, ma'am.
Good. What other classes are you re-enrolled in Beyond Trauma now?
None at all. I've been writing, forgetting, but they always tell me I have to wait. So
you're not in any class right now?
No, ma'am.
Well, if you are released, I have a lot of concern about your anger issues and your history, criminal history. And without having taken a couple of classes that I believe would benefit you, such as anger management and thinking for change. I mean, I just don't think you're ready yet. Do you?
Yeah, I'm not that same person anymore. I really actually changed a whole lot.
What's your transition plan?
I'm going home. Stay by my sister for a little while, actually. In the process of staying by her, I'm gonna get a job and get my kids and stuff like that. Go to school for like hair and sandy. That's my motivation. So, I mean,
Do you have a drug problem?
No.
Drug use? Never use drugs?
Never in my life.
Drink alcohol?
Nope, none of that.
Well,
sure. With the you had a prior for cruelty to a juvenile.
Oh,
And your 3 children were put in foster care. Are they still in foster care?
No, they with their father.
They all have the same father?
Yes, ma'am.
And is he the one who got cut on his arm?
Yeah.
And how long did he get custody of the children after this, or did he already have custody of the children?
That incident happened in 2014.
What incident happened in 2014?
hold on real quick. Dwayne Keith Davis was just arrested for the murder of Tupac.
Like, you say, I thought you was talking about my son, so that's what I say. 2014. That's custody with my kids.
No, when did the cruelty to a juvenile happen?
2014.
And that's when the children were taken from you and placed with their father?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did the cutting take place of their father?
No, that's not the dad. It is. I have 5 kids actually. Matter of fact, I have actually 5 kids.
Well, where are the other 2 children?
My daughter, she's with my cousin, and my son within custody with the state because of my baby daddy. He would not actually do right, like try to get him back, like since I've been like this.
All right, Ms. Harvey, I kind of agree with Ms. Renazzi. You've got some work to do. You've got an extensive history of violence. You had a domestic abuse arrest, the cruelty to juveniles, this charge that you're in here for now. And you say you've changed, but I don't see that you've done anything that would really help change. Talk is cheap. People can say that, but you haven't really taken any programs to give you what you need to learn how to control your anger. So that's all I have.
All right, Mrs. Jones, is there anything you can add?
No, ma'am, not at this time.
Okay, thank you. We'd like to hear from the DA's office, please, Mr. Myers.
Good morning, Randy Myers, CPA in Jefferson Parish. And also the same things that apparently y'all see. She's got a history of violence, long history of violence, and no anger management programs. I think that's a very important thing for her to take, because I think all of us realize, she's going to get out. When she gets out, we don't need her to be coming back. So I think some good programs would help her to change some of her actions and remain out of jail when she does get out. So we're opposed at this time.
Thank you. Ms. Harvey, is there anything you'd like to say to us before we vote?
Yes, I would like to say I take full responsibility for my action, and I understand and I acknowledge what I done to the victim was wrong. I'm very truly sorry. And today I am taking steps to do better. I just ask for now for a second chance and opportunity to pursue to do better. And my remorseful to the victim, I'm very sorry. I wish I would have never done what I done, but I did what I did. And I spoke forgiveness, and I'm very sorry.
All right, Ms. Harvey, and for us, it's about staying out of jail.
Yes, I am. That's my plan, and that's
not just getting out of jail, but staying out of jail. So, I already mentioned, I believe you would benefit from anger management, 100 hours pre-release, thinking for change, and actually even a parenting class if that's available. I believe you have some more work to do.
Yes.
But you can be successful when you do go home, because you will, and it's not that far away. But based on those reasons, my vote today is to deny you parole. Mr. Roche.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Ms. Harvey, based on extensive criminal history of violence, and in light of rehabilitative program, I vote is to deny your request.
Mrs. Jackson. Yeah, Ms. Harvey, my vote is the same. You need to keep working. hopefully one day you'll be able to reestablish contact with the children. You've got to do some hard work between now and then, okay?
Okay.
Good luck to you. That concludes our business at your facility, Ms. Jones. We're going to sign out at 9:28.
So
Quick, the hard process of getting them wrong.
what'd she say? Hold on. Wait, what'd she say?
Quick, the hard process of getting them wrong.
All right, so let's pause this for a second. Sorry, I had a text. So all right. There's still, sorry, I have so many screens going right now trying to keep up with breaking news and social media stuff and watching for the Boy in the Box trial and watching this and watching what's happening with the jury. So there's a lot going on. All right. Las Vegas police arrest man tied to Tupac Shakur. Where is, let me hide this. All right, tied to Tupac shooting. All right, so Dwayne. This guy, Keefe D. Davis has long been known to investigators and has himself admitted in interviews and in his 2019 tell-all memoir, Compton Street Legend, that he was in the Cadillac where the gunfire erupted during the September 1996 drive-by shooting. A long-awaited break in the case that has frustrated investigators and fascinated the public ever since the hip-hop icon was gunned down on the Las Vegas Strip 27 years ago. Okay, so Davis was arrested early Friday morning, although the exact charge or charges were not immediately clear. According to two officials with firsthand knowledge of the arrest, they were not authorized to speak publicly ahead of an expected indictment later Friday. Okay, the arrest comes 2 months after Vegas police raided his wife's home July 17th in neighboring Henderson. Documents said police were looking for items, quote, concerning the murder of Tupac. Police reported collecting multiple computers, a cell phone and hard drive, a Vibe magazine that featured Shakur, I can't ever say, I just say Tupac. I can't say his last name. I sound weird saying it. Several 40 caliber bullets, 2 tubs containing photographs, and a copy of Davis's 2019 tell-all memoir, Compton Street Legend. In the book, Davis said that book's about to go wild. That book's about to go. Everybody's gonna be like, I want to read that book. In the book, Davis said he broke his silence over Tupac's killing in 2010 during a closed-door meeting with federal and local authorities. At the time, he was 46 and facing life in prison on drug charges when he agreed to speak with authorities. They promised they would shred the indictment and stop the grand jury if I helped them out, he wrote. That makes sense. Oh my gosh, if this goes to trial. Oh my gosh, if this goes to trial. I'm going back to Cali. Okay, well, not back because I've only been once. Well, I guess that would be back, but I didn't stay. Anyway, how crazy would that be? Everybody want to see what happens. Yes. Yes. Yep. Yep. Oh, it's happening. Yep. Look, all my mods are like, no, I'm quitting. No, I'm quitting. If this one happens, I'm gonna be right there. I'm gonna have to be. It's not gonna be like Melly. Because here it's not gonna be like Melly, and here's why. Let me tell you why. Because the Melly fans are a younger generation. And they have no respect. They have no manners. Most of them, and I'm not saying all the fans, I'm saying the fans that came in, like the little trolls. They had no common sense. But Tupac, that's different. This is 96. This is my generation. This is like, this is stuff that I listened to when I was in when I was in school. I'm aware that some people still think he's alive. I know. All the more reason that we need to see every single moment of this trial. With Elvis in the Bahamas, yes. Elvis and Tupac in the Bahamas, spraying each other down with sunscreen. I mean, honestly, that's kind of like heaven, right? It's like Elvis and Tupac in the Bahamas. All my mods are literally quitting right now. Everybody's like, I'm done. I'm done. If you cover Tupac, I'm done. I mean, I understand. However, and JFK, yes. And who's the other one? Who's the other one that everybody's like, oh, that was fake. He's alive. What? I can't remember. Look, all my mods are literally quitting right now. Everybody just all of a sudden got pre-sick. Like, I'm pre-sick. All of you? Not fine. I'm still streaming it. We'll go rogue. We'll stream modless. But I'll tell you, like there's different versions of Brandy that you'll see. Tupac fan Brandy is more off the rails than unmedicated Brandy. There is no way in Hades that I would miss streaming the Tupac trial. I cried, y'all. I cried. I was like, not Tupac. I have his cassette tape. Ah! Okay, maybe not cassette tape. It was CDs at the time. But still. So, all my mods just quit. We have time. He's just now getting arrested. He hasn't even been arraigned yet. We're fine. We have time. I'll send all the mods some ibuprofen and a bottle of booze. I mean, it's happening. If it streams, it is playing on this channel. There's a 100% chance. Just all my mods are going to be sick for those weeks. But how could you not? Like, how could you not? Like, this is potentially the person who took one of my favorite childhood, like the first, like, big event in my life was Tupac and Biggie dying. I'm not laughing when I say that, like, in a bad way. I'm laughing because I realize how ridiculous that sounds. But it was like the first big, like, oh my gosh, moment. That and when Tanya Harding had Nancy Kerrigan's knee whacked. The more I talk, the more I realize I'm a really weird person. That's okay. I digress. Let's continue with the trial that we're definitely going to be streaming that all my mods are going to be sick for. He has described himself as one of the last living witnesses to the shooting. I don't know how to work Discord, but I bet it's blowing up right now with everybody quitting. Everybody's like, no, she's on her own. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. Shakur. Tupac was 25 when he was gunned down in a drive-by shooting near the Las Vegas Strip on the night of September 7th, 1996. The rapper was in a BMW driven by Death Row Records founder Marion Suge Knight, and I'm not a fan of Suge Knight. Not a fan. Not a fan. Have y'all heard some of the stuff, like him like holding people over balconies? Anyway, not a fan. Allegedly. In a convoy of about 10 cars, they were waiting at a red light when a white Cadillac pulled up next to them and gunfire erupted. Tupac was shot multiple times and died a week later. Y'all, I remember where I was. I remember I was in my bedroom, and my bedroom was done in like purple and yellow. And I remember like I was sitting like on a beanbag chair, because that's what you have when you're like, you know, when it's 1996. And I was like doing homework or something. And wait, you know nothing about his music? What? What? I introduced my youngin to Tupac, and like years ago, and now some of his favorite songs are Tupac songs, like Dear Mama, Brenda Has a Baby. What? Classics. That's everybody's homework tonight. If you haven't heard, I didn't realize. Stephanie Willis says, you have to realize, Brandy, I'm a Beatles person. So am I. I have a Beatles tattoo. I'm a music person. I love all music. Any music that gets to my soul, I love. But Tupac gets to my soul. This is why I love Tupac. This is why I love Tupac. If you look at some of the music that he created, he told a story. He had, and I mean, yeah, there was some stuff that was like the typical, you know, like not really gangster rap type stuff, but like not every song was like, you know, the most poetic thing in the world. But like, look, okay, the song Changes. Dear Mama. So Many Tears. Only God Can Judge Me. My mom loved California Love. I mean, who, you know, but there's like, I mean, especially Changes. Changes is one of those that's like, okay, think about it like this. Think about the song Changes and the meaning and the lyrics and stuff like that. And then you got Murder on My Mind. That's the difference. There's a message behind his music. Well, unmedicated Brandy, I don't give a crap anymore. I'm just going to say it like this. Melly's just acts like some you know, jerk kid who just wants to show off and, you know, make people think he's in the Bloods and loaded down with money and, you know, all this stuff. He ain't nothing. Tupac was an artist. Making music, to me, is like, oh, you know, that's cool. That's a good beat. That's, you know, good, whatever. But making music that like actually not just music that makes you dance, but music that actually like sticks with you. That's what makes an artist to me. I don't like Millie. Not a fan. Not a fan. But I love me some Tupac. We've gone off the rails. All right. So in 2018, after a cancer diagnosis, Davis admitted publicly in an interview for a BET show to being inside the Cadillac during the attack. He implicated his nephew, Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, saying he was one of the two people in the back seat where the shots were fired. The shooting happened shortly after a casino brawl earlier in the evening involving Anderson, Tupac, and others. Anderson denied any involvement in Tupac's shooting. He died 2 years later in a shooting in Compton. Craziness. Tupac's death came as his fourth solo album, All Eyes on Me, remained on the charts with some 5 million copies sold. Nominated 6 times for a Grammy Award, he is largely considered one of the most influential and versatile rappers of all time. See? And Latisha is apparently friends with him or something. I can't remember what she said. Shakur's death came as, oh, I said that part. Influential and versatile rappers of all time. Shakur was feuding at the time with rap rival Biggie Smalls, also known as the Notorious B.I.G., who was fatally shot in March 1997, less than a year later. At the time, both rappers were in the middle of an East Coast, West Coast rivalry that primarily defined the hip hop scene during the mid 90s. That was some crazy stuff too. It was like, I was in Georgia, and this is before like Atlanta rappers became like a huge thing. It was like you were either East Coast or West Coast. And then like when you're listening, it's like some people got like really into it. It's like I liked all of it. I liked any music that touched my soul, any music that made me dance, any music that made me want to like get up and fight somebody. That's my fight moves. But there were some people that took it really seriously, like all of a sudden, because, you know, like you're an 8th grader in Walnut Grove, Georgia, and you have to pick East Coast or West Coast. Honey, you live in a pasture. You don't have to pick East Coast or West Coast. You can just listen to whatever your little radio will bring you. But some people took it seriously. And like once they picked one, like you weren't allowed to play, like, you know, you take like your book of CDs over to your friends' houses and stuff, you know. Can't take, you got to take those out if you're going to certain people's houses. Take those out. Like, oh, I'm going to hop the fence, the back pasture, and walk over to Jesse's house, but I got to take my West Coast CDs out first because he's totally East Coast. 2 pastures down. The more I talk about my childhood, the more I realize it was kind of weird. Anywho. Oh, my Beatles tattoo. It says "Let It Be." Wait, can you? It's like hard to get that on the camera. Let it be. I was talking to Gabby Petito's dad. He has the same one. Well, his isn't right here though. His is like right here, but we had the best one. So, retired LAPD spent years investigating Tupac's killing and wrote a book about it. Said he would not be surprised by Davis's indictment and arrest. It's so long overdue, he told AP during a recent interview. People have been yearning. We have been yearning. This woke me up. for him to be arrested for a long time. It's never been unsolved in our minds. It's been unprosecuted. Kading said that he interviewed Davis in 2008 and 2009 during LA police investigations of the killings of Tupac in Las Vegas and the slaying of Biggie Smalls. He said that he talked with a Las Vegas police detective about the case including after the SWAT raid in July at the home in Henderson. He believed the investigation gained new momentum in recent years following Davis's public descriptions of his role in the killing, including that memoir that now everybody's going to go buy. It's those events that have given Las Vegas the ammunition and the leverage to move forward. Prior to his public declarations, the cases were unprosecutable as they stood. Isn't that funny? It's his own words that are being used against him. That's why they say, well, never mind. Let me shut up. He put himself squarely in the middle of the conspiracy. He put himself squarely in the middle of the conspiracy. He had acquired the gun. He had given the gun to the shooter, and he had been present in the vehicle when they hunted down and located both Tupac and Suge Knight. Kading noted that Davis is the last living person among the 4 people who were in the vehicle from which shots were fired at Tupac and rapper Suge Knight. There were so many theories too that Suge Knight had involvement in this and all that. Crazy. Others were Davis's nephew, Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, Terrence Bubble Up Brown, and DeAndre Freaky Smith. It's a concerted effort of conspirators, adding that he believed that because the killing was premeditated, Davis could face a first-degree murder charge. All the other direct conspirators or participants are all dead, Kading said. He's the last man standing among the individuals that conspired to kill Tupac. Justice for Tupac. This is huge. Okay, I love my mods, and they've all just quit on me or called in sick for whenever that trial is. But we're streaming that trial if it's streamable. Oh, we're streaming it. Speaking of trials, so let's talk for a second before we get back into our little parole hearings. Kathy. I love hearing about your childhood. It's like tales from a foreign land. Pastures, pitchforks, and pine aisles. That's hilarious. I had an amazing childhood. I loved it. I got very lucky. Don't start coughing now, True Crime Ranch. I see y'all. Polly's already planning vacation. Amy for just says, "Yep, we out." Gosh, y'all are. Whatever. I'm gonna look. If we stream it, I'll be wearing like my Tupac bandana every day. We're changing the intro music. We're going all out. We're going all out. Who could be a troll for Tupac, though? Melly, I get, because, I mean, look at that. Look at that level of respect. But I'm telling y'all, all my mods are literally planning vacation away. Like they're all going to get on a boat together and cruise the Caribbean or something so that they can be as far away from this as possible. A troll can be a troll for anything, but that's the point. A troll could be a troll for anything. Look at Murdoch. I'll double y'all's pay. Yes, Amber, I will double your pay. It would be so amazing to watch that. Kathy says that my childhood. Okay, I will tell you this. I'll have to show y'all pictures sometime. That I was very blessed. I had a really cool childhood. But we had a front pasture and a back pasture, and each of those pastures had barns in it. So we used to play in the barns and stuff, and like we had like rabbits and horses, and I had a miniature pony too. We had 2 miniature ponies and horses, Tennessee Walkers, and a paint. And what else? We had ducks and dogs and cats, and what else do we have? All kinds of stuff. My daddy always wanted cows. My mama did not want cows. Goats. But never cows. I'll have to show y'all pictures sometime. Nurse for God, thank you so much. I hope you know how much this community loves and respects you and the awesome mods. Thank you so much. Nurse for God, all of my awesome mods are trying to leave me now because I want to stream Tupac. They are awesome, but they are also abandoning ship as we speak. I love it. Thank you so much, Nurse for God. I appreciate it. Mod Cruise. My dog's name is Biggie Smalls. Let me show. Oh, hold on. Let me show you that. Let me show you. Look, this is. Let me show you. Let's see. These are the socks that I bought my kid. So, I will, oh, wait, you can't see those because of that. These are the socks that I bought my kid. See that? Guess who's borrowing those socks every day of the trial? Guess who? I'll be like, Jacob. Oops. Try not to say his name. I'll be like, hey, kid. Mama needs to borrow those socks again. And can you see, I got him the biggie ones too. The biggie ones are back there. I told him he needs to wear them to get wear one biggie and one Tupac. He likes weird socks. So I buy him weird socks all the time. So yeah, that's the Tupac socks I found him. I'll be borrowing those every day for trial. I'm so nice to offer to send y'all on a cruise. I'm not sending y'all. Y'all are leaving me. I want you here for the trial. Oh, yeah. Speaking of trial. So the Dan Markle trial is October 23rd. And it's not far from me. And I've had a few people ask me if I'm going to go. I don't know if I'm going to go. Because it's a huge deal. And I kind of want to see, I would like to see it in person, especially the jury selection. I would like to see jury selection process in person to have a better understanding of it. But I don't know. Because there are other, let's see. Well, Caitlin Armstrong is supposed to start the following week. So I don't know. We're gonna have to see. But I've had a few people ask me. I might end up going to Markle. Maybe. It would be wild. Let's see. Oops. I say Dan Markle trial. I mean, technically it's Charlie Edelson on trial, not Dan. It was for Dan Markle's death. The FSU professor, which is not far. So this is in Tallahassee, so it's not far from me. So I thought about going and then just doing like a live in the evenings. Like when I get home, kind of going over everything that happened or whatever. I don't know. I don't know. Something to think about. All right. So Feisty Friday. I'm going back to Cali. Y'all, I'm telling you. And let's go ahead and plan it out. If this goes to trial and we cover it, not only am I wearing my bandana every single day and changing my intro and outro music, but Lucy's going to have a bandana. Maybe I'll get her like one of those gold chain collars or like a, some kind of costume to make her look a little less girly. She's got to look more Compton. And the pink bow isn't really not something you see in a Tupac video. And I can tell you right now, it's going to be unmedicated brandy the entire time. Unmedicated brandy the entire time. Off the rails. During breaks on sidebars, we're going to have Tupac karaoke. This is going to be incredible. It's going to be incredible. So excited. So excited. I gotta start practicing my true crime. Said I'm out. How amazing is it? Y'all really think there would be that many trolls for Tupac? He's so loved. Everybody wants to see him get justice. We've been waiting on this since '96. I mean, every high-profile case will bring trolls. But let me tell you, honey, bring on the trolls, because once I put that bandana on, you're not dealing with Southern Lady anymore. You're dealing with Compton brandy. And Compton brandy don't take no shit. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. I'm so excited. This is incredible. So, we're like talking about, like, I'm already like planning out all of this. Like, we don't even know anything about anything yet. He literally just got arrested this morning, and yeah. If you think unmedicated brandy is bad, wait till Compton brandy gets here. Like, instead of like being from the pastures, when you see me like from the streets of Compton, it's going to be a totally different scenario. This is like the music I grew up listening to, which is the only frame of reference I have for it. And I'm here for it. I loved this so much growing up. Like I cried. It's like, not Tupac. Not Tupac. It's awful. It's like, why couldn't it? Never mind. This is like life changing. This isn't like Quad City DJs. This is Tupac. I'm just saying. All right. Let's see. Still not. So at 12:30, they hit 14 hours. I was looking to see if there's any updates because they were working through lunch. So I keep thinking that there's going to be a verdict. There's still not. All right. So that's one update. Let me check again on the. I have to like check all of my different updates that I'm trying to watch. TV. They're working through lunch. They're not taking lunch, which is why I thought that they were close to a verdict. And I don't see. I'm trying to check on the boy in the box stuff too and see how they're coming along, so I can give all of our little updates before we move on. Let's see. Dang it. Come on. I don't see updates on that. Oh, yeah. And did y'all see the Wests were sentenced? Oh, God, my back. 15 years to life for second-degree murder and toddlers' deaths. All right. Why do I not see? I don't see. So at least that they haven't started yet. All right. I tried to update everything I could. All right. So here we go. Hello, Kaylin. Hello. All right, here's our next one.
Good morning.
Good
Committee on
morning.
Parole is reconvening at Franklin Detention Center on Tuesday, September 26, 2023. It is 9:32 a.m. And would you ask the officer to please introduce himself for the record? Just tell him, he don't have to hear us. Sir, would you introduce yourself for the record? They're on mute. Y'all are on mute still.
They have to tell that to everybody. Kaylin, we've
Lieutenant
missed you.
Ford, Franklin Parish Detention Center.
All right, thanks, Lieutenant. We appreciate you helping us out today.
Welcome.
Can you go ahead and we'll talk to Mr. Ballard now. Mr. Ballard, good morning. Would you introduce yourself to the parole panel? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
Diane Ballard, 510246.
I love that
And,
accent.
Mr. Ballard, I'll introduce the parole panel. I'm Cheryl Renatsa. This is Mr. Alvin Roche, Mrs. Bonnie Jackson. I'm going to read some information, ask you to confirm it, then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Roche. Your case has been assigned to him, and he'll take the lead on the interview. At the end, if you'd like, before we vote, you can make a statement.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Ballard, you're classified as a first felony offender. You're currently serving a 15-year sentence. You were sentenced, excuse me, in Livingston Parish in April of 2010 for molestation of a juvenile. You have a parole eligibility date, which was September 30th, 2018. You don't earn good time, so your full term date is May 25th, 2024. Is all that
Yes,
accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Rush.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Ballard.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Doing all right.
Good. Mr. Ballard, you're currently 43 years old, is that correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
And how long have you been incarcerated on this charge?
15 years already.
15 years of what, 16-year sentence?
Yes, sir.
Actually, you've served about 14 and a half years on that 15-year sentence. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what's your job at Franklin?
None. I got no job right now.
Okay, what do you do 24 hours a day?
Nothing.
Okay. Are you trustee?
No, sir.
Have you had any disciplinary write-ups in the 14 and a half years of incarceration?
No, sir.
You've not had one write-up in 14 years.
No, sir.
That's
Good for him.
outstanding. Tell me about the programs you completed in 14 and a half years of incarceration.
I did reentry. I did Thank for a Change, amendment, and set fitness class.
Yeah, and you had Bossier, and you completed both phases. At Bossier, they have two phases, which encompasses all four phases of the sex offender treatment. What did you learn about yourself when you completed the Bossier program on sex offenders?
I learned a lot of things, real lot.
Okay, what did you learn about yourself?
Learn about myself, or trying to do a lot more better when I get out.
What are your triggers? What are your triggers?
What my trigger is, go about work, get my life trick.
As far as sex offense, you are a repeat sex offender. You've been convicted of 3 sex offenses. What triggers you to offend against juveniles and other females that would cause you to commit a sex offense?
Drugs, drinking, stuff like that.
Okay, drugs. And when did you start using illegal drugs?
I ain't done the drugs in 14 and a half years.
Sir, when did you start using illegal drugs?
Oh, you want to know when I start? Can't remember.
I remember, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I see that you finished the short-term Steve Hall program. So what did you learn about from the Steve Hall program?
Well, I learned about it, and I learned a lot of things. Make my mind good.
What are your
Open up.
triggers for alcohol?
I ain't been drinking since last thing I
What
stopped
are
drinking.
your triggers for alcohol?
Nothing. And it was.
Tell me about your transition plan. Where do you plan to live and where do you plan to work if released?
I think about go live with my brother when I get out.
Do you have any employment lined up?
Huh?
Do you have any employment lined up?
I got SSI. That's my apartment is. I've been on the SSI all my life.
You've been SSI all your life. You've never had a full-time job.
No, sir.
Okay. Madam Chairman, thank you, please, my interview.
Thank you, Mr. O'Shea. How long you been there at Franklin?
Going on 5 months.
5 months. Okay. Is the lieutenant there in the room with you?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
I want to ask him if he has anything to say.
She want to know you got anything you want to say? Nothing.
Okay. Is there a statement you'd like to make to us before we vote?
Not really.
Okay. Well, I think we're ready to vote. Mr. O'Shea?
Yes, Madam Chairman. Based upon express opposition from the victim's family, law enforcement, the DA's office, the offender is a repeat sex offender. In the proximity of his good time date, my vote is to deny his request.
Mrs. Jackson?
My vote is the same, to deny because of the proximity to your victim.
And that's his full-term day. Full-term day. Yeah, which is May 25th of 2024. Mr. Ballard, I'm pleased to hear that you got a lot of stuff out of the programs you've been taking, particularly the sex offender treatment. I do agree with my colleagues, though, based on your criminal history. My vote today is to deny you parole. We wish you luck, sir. Good luck. That concludes our business in Franklin. We're going to sign off at 9:40 a.m.
Well,
Well, when I was like, oh, he hasn't gotten in trouble, that's good. He's, whatever. And then they said 3-time sexual assault offender against juveniles.
Anyway. All right. Good morning. Committee on Parole is reconvening at David Wade Correctional Center. It's Tuesday, September 26th, 2023. It is 9:44 a.m. With the staff there at Wade, please introduce yourself for the record.
Ryan Kimball, Assistant Warden.
Anna Ralston.
Colonel Malcolm.
Here we got everybody. All right. Thanks for accommodating us this morning. And we have our first case. That's Mr. Davenport. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Angelo Davenport, 108407.
Mr. Davenport. Open my file. So, Mr. Davenport, I'm going to read some information into the record. I'm going to ask you to confirm that information, and then we'll have a parole interview with you.
All right.
Okay. Mr. Davenport, you are classified as a 4th felony offender. You are currently serving a 35-year sentence for aggravated criminal damage to property as a habitual offender. You were sentenced in Caddo Parish in October of 2019. Your parole eligibility date was August 1st of 2021, in accordance with Act 122, you don't earn good time. And you had a full term date, April 5th, 2032. Does all that sound correct?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Davenport, your case has been assigned to me, so I'll take the lead on the interview. So how old are you, sir?
61.
61. How long you been in jail?
23 years.
Wow.
23 years. You were originally sentenced to a life sentence, and then that was in 1999, and the 35-year sentence is a result of resentencing in October of 2019. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So I noticed in your prior criminal history, as I stated, you're a fourth offender. I see a simple burglary in 1984, 1992, an ag battery. You were revoked on both of those offenses.
Yes.
Yes. Tell us about the programs you've been able to take advantage of. You had a hearing back in May of 2022. You were denied at that parole hearing.
Yes.
So tell us, what kind of programs have you been able to do since that hearing?
I had attended
He has to get his notes.
Living in Balance.
Good. When did you finish that?
March 13th.
Of 2022 or this year?
22.
22. So you finished that prior to your last hearing, right?
Yes.
Your last hearing was in May. You finished Living in Balance in March.
Yes. And victim awareness. And March 7th.
Okay.
22.
So it looks like you haven't been able to take any, or haven't taken any programs rather, since your last parole hearing. What is your job? Do you have a job? I see you have some medical issues. Do you have a job at the prison?
No, not right now. Because of that, I had a stroke.
Okay, I see. You have multiple chronic medical conditions, so you're unable to hold a job. What do you do all day?
Well, besides Living in Balance and victim awareness and 100 hours, just a lot of reading, studying up on that.
Right. So how do you spend your day? Tell us that. Tell us what a day looks like for you.
Well, mostly just staying out of trouble, eating my meals, stuff like that.
Do you belong to any club?
No clubs.
Okay. Well,
and I'm also man of God,
So you go to church services?
Yes.
Good. When was your last write-up? I know when they denied parole the last time, it was because you had your conduct record was not that good. When was your last write-up? Do you remember?
$20, $21.
Yeah. So you hadn't had one since then. That was a pretty bad one. That was aggravated disobedience, but you hadn't had any since then.
No.
Good. Why do you think that is? Because you had been getting them pretty often, and then you don't have anymore in the last 2 years. Why is that?
Because I've been looking out for myself, you know, not getting in trouble.
I thought you were about to say I've been
Good. I'm glad to
busy.
hear that.
I've been busy.
I'm worried about your history of violence. This was a pretty violent crime. The victim in this case, well, tell us what happened. You know what happened? Describe it for us.
Can't really describe it. You talking about on the street?
Yeah, like you're in jail right now.
Oh, right now?
Yeah. Well, let me tell you what I got. Tell me if it's right. You
All
can
right.
straighten it up. You drove your vehicle into the residence of Miss Carrie Hill,
Yeah.
and you were trying to hit Carolyn Gilliam with your car, and she came out of that residence, which was her mother's residence. Why did you do that?
Carolyn, that we was involved. We was
Yeah.
I can't remember if we were married or not, but anyway,
You were mad at her?
yes, she tried to
Sir?
shoot me.
She tried to shoot you?
Yeah.
What?
Do you have a relationship with Carolyn now?
No.
All right. You have, as I'm sure was mentioned to you at your last parole hearing, you've got people that don't want you to get out of jail early. Law enforcement is opposed, the judge is opposed, the district attorney, prosecutor is opposed. Why do you think we should let you out of jail early?
Because I've been here a long time and I didn't hurt nobody. I'm just I'm ready to get out.
Yeah, well, you were trying to hurt somebody.
But I didn't.
All right. Tell us, if you were successful, where would you live and how would you support yourself?
Well, on Tulsa Street in the Martin Luther King area, that's where I'm from. And I plan to live there with my dad.
You gonna live with your father?
Yeah.
How you gonna support yourself?
Because I'm gonna have to get disability because of the stroke I had. And so I can't talk that good.
So your plan is to live with your dad and draw disability. How old's your father?
84.
He still gets around good and all that? He gets around good?
Yeah, but he's losing his eyesight.
Oh, goodness. Okay. All right. Let me ask Warden, is there anything you can tell us, Warden Kimball?
No, ma'am, you've pretty much touched on everything. His record speaks for itself. He's been with us since September of 2019. Since his last hearing, he has not had any further RBRs, but you've pretty much touched on everything about the record. That's nothing else to add, Mr. Knox.
Okay, thank you.
When did you have your stroke?
2010 and gold.
Okay.
So it's been a while.
Yes.
Okay. Anything you want to say to us before we vote?
No, ma'am.
All right. I think we're ready to vote, Mr. Davenport. I'll be voting first, and I'm a little worried about you. I don't believe you have a good, solid transition plan in place. I know you said you want to go back to where you came from to live with your dad, who has some medical issues himself. So I'm not sure that's going to work out for you. Based on the opposition that's been expressed, the fact that I think you need some more programs if you could, my vote today is going to be to deny you parole. Mr. Rosha.
Madam Chairman, my vote is the same reason.
Mrs. Jackson.
My vote is the same.
Mr. Davenport, we wish you well. Good luck to you, sir.
That's crazy. 23 years. It's a long time. Think about like what things were like 23 years ago. Like you still had to like press a whole bunch of buttons to send a text message and stuff. There was no DoorDash.
All right, we're back in session and we have Mr. Jackson. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number, please.
Braylon Jackson, 131142.
Yes, sir, Mr. Jackson. And so for your information, I think you can see your sister, Miss Stephanie Cook, has joined us. She'll be observing. She's here in support, but she's not going to be speaking. First, I'll read some identifying information into the record. As you know, this is a rehearing, so you know the process. Your case has been assigned to Mrs. Jackson. So, Mr. Jackson, you're classified as a fourth felony offender. You're currently serving a 50-year sentence. You were sentenced in St. Charles Parish in September of 2000 for armed robbery. You received 2 counts. You received a 49-year sentence on one, 25 years on a second count. Those sentences are running concurrently. You also have in 2014 in Iberville Parish a contraband conviction for which you received a 1-year consecutive sentence. So it's a total of 50 years. Your parole eligibility was August the 1st, 2021. You have a good time date, September 6th, 2039. Does all that sound accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Stephanie, calm down.
Bonnie Jackson, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine. Yourself?
Are you a little nervous?
Yes, ma'am.
Aw.
Okay, well, just relax, okay? How old are you?
Thank you, Nurse for God.
54.
How long
I
have
don't
you
know.
been incarcerated?
I thought they'd be done by now.
Right at 25 years.
Right, that's what I have. And you've been at David Wade since 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you serve most of your time?
In Angola and Hunts.
How long were you in Angola?
From, well, I was in there since up until 2006, and I went to Elaine Hunts from there.
Do you remember how many years you were in Angola?
I think from 99 and 06.
Okay, so 7 years, about 7 years.
Yes, ma'am.
And you went to Hunt. And then you came to where you are now, David Wade, in
Calm down,
October
Stephanie.
of 19, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Stephanie needs to get it together.
The information I have is that there was a card game going on and you and another person barged into the room and you and the people, I mean, 2 people burst into the room. There was a card game going on and the participants were robbed. And you were in the car and you were the getaway car driver, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you never went into the place where the card game was going on?
No, ma'am.
And you never had a weapon or pulled a weapon on anybody?
No, ma'am.
But you ended up with a 49-year sentence, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow.
Well, I'm a little, hold on, I'm a little confused, because you had some co-defendants. One got accessory after the fact. It was a female, and she got 5 years. And then Mr. Travis Frank pled guilty to 13 counts of simple robbery, and he got 7 years, and he was placed on probation. And then Colin Dewey pled guilty to simple robbery, 12 counts. He got 7 years, and that was suspended, and he was placed on probation. So I'm kind of confused at how, if you were in fact the getaway driver, how you ended up, even though you had a prior criminal record, how you ended up with 25 years, 49 years, and everybody else got probation. Why?
Yeah.
Why do you think that was?
Because I took them to trial and both of them testified against me.
And
Wow.
they testified that you were the getaway driver, or they testified that you participated in the actual robbery?
They testified that I planned the robbery.
I see. Okay, I got you. And did you plan the robbery?
I had a hand in it, yes.
All right. Appreciate your honesty. So, do you have a job at the prison right now?
Yes, ma'am.
What's your job?
The wait shed orderly.
The work shed orderly?
The wait shed orderly.
Wait shed orderly.
Yes,
What
ma'am.
do you do there?
Well, I make sure everything wiped down, all of the weights put up and kept up. Make sure the guys have ice and water out there.
How long have you had that job?
For about close to a year.
Okay, what'd you do before then? What was your other job before the weight room order?
Well, here I was idle.
You were
Just
idle?
Taking classes.
Got you. At Hunt, what was your job?
I had a number of jobs. I was a tutor for the carpenter shop. I was an academic tutor. I worked in the kitchen. And I worked on the grass crew.
Okay. And at Angola, did you have a job?
Yes, I was the ice outlet in the dorm market.
I see you've taken living in balance. Did you have a substance abuse problem before you came to jail? Were
Yes,
you
ma'am. I
using
drank.
drugs and alcohol?
I drank.
Okay, you ever use illegal drugs?
No, ma'am.
Not even marijuana?
No, ma'am.
So tell us about your drinking. How often were you drinking?
I'll say on occasions, like on the weekends, whenever I went out to party or clubs.
Okay. When you drank, did you drink till you got intoxicated?
Sometimes.
Do you consider yourself an alcoholic?
Borderline.
What's borderline? That's like being borderline pregnant. You either are or are not an alcoholic. So what does that mean, borderline?
Okay, well, yes, ma'am.
And what'd you get out of living in balance?
Well, that, alcohol tends to control us. When we drink, we don't have no power of ourselves. We allow, we end up doing things that we regret.
And what did they teach you about how to deal with alcohol?
Don't drink.
There you go.
Okay, but easier said than done.
I-
Did they give you any tools on how you can avoid drinking?
Yes, I attend AA and NA meetings, and they help me out. You know, we help each other out.
So are you currently in AA and NA?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how long have you participated in AA?
Since I've been here, I've been in there for about 6 months, 7 months.
Okay, and had you participated at any other facility? Had you been in AA previously at other facilities?
Yes, ma'am, in Angola.
So is AA and NA something that you think is important for you to be able to stay away from alcohol?
Yes, ma'am.
You've only had 24 write-ups. The last one was in 2019. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was a 30E. What was that about?
Well, I sold somebody some synthetic marijuana at the hobby shop.
That's a big one.
And 2 confidential informers informed security on me, and I got locked up for it.
And you actually, okay. Did you go to court on that charge or not? I mean, the actual, not jail court, but court.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Have you ever been a trustee?
No, ma'am.
You also did victim awareness and thinking for change. What'd you get out of those programs?
When victim awareness taught me that my actions, just not only make the victims, but my family as well. My actions cause a lot of hurt to a lot of people. Whether they was directly affected or not.
Good. I see you got a carpentry degree. When did you get that?
I don't know the exact year, but I was at
Where were you when you got it? What institution?
Elaine Hunt's.
Have you ever had occasion to use those carpentry skills within the prison?
Yes, ma'am. I was.
Tell us about it.
I was over in Elaine Hunt's. We were making cabinets for Habitat for Humanity.
That's a really good cause. It's a really good cause. Do you know what Habitat does?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And
good. Matter of fact, they offered me if I ever get out to look them up, and they'll help me out with a job.
well, you must do good work then.
Yes, ma'am.
I looked at your institutional record. It's good. And all your work evaluations, everything was excellent. And you were described as a inmate. Are you still a volunteer nighttime tutor?
No, ma'am, not here.
Okay, where were you a nighttime tutor?
At Elaine Hunt's.
Okay, and you tutored people who had jobs during the day? And is that GED tutoring? What kind of tutoring was it?
Academic and GED tutoring.
If you were successful, Mr. Jackson, what would your transition plan be? Where would you live and where would you work?
Well, as of now, I would go live with my mother to help her out because she wasn't doing too good. She's elderly. And she's feeling the effects of me not being there. I was the only son, and I, let her down, and she took it hard. And I have a job lined up as a demolition construction type job as a laborer.
And what parish or town would you go back to?
St. John the Baptist Parish, Reserve, Louisiana.
And the Habitat house that, or where they offered you to look them up, where is that Habitat located?
Baton Rouge.
Baton Rouge, okay. What can you tell us about Mr. Jackson?
Well, Miss Jackson, I've had many conversations with Graylin over the past couple of years since he's arrived. I think Colonel Tolliver hit it on the head when he said he's a model inmate. He does have a lot of employable skill sets. He's an excellent carpenter. He's currently being screened to assist in our carpentry class as a tutor and teacher. So that's something he'd be, if not given a favorable recommendation, he's probably going to be taking that at full force very soon. He is a registered tutor, and even though he's not, tutoring in the capacity that he was at Hunt, we catch him tutoring in the dormitories all the time, off the record. So,
Unauthorized tutoring?
yes, right. So he does participate in all of that. He's nervous
cute.
today. You see the smile on his face. That's kind of what you see all the time when you see Graylin on the yard. Obviously, he has some family support. We've had conversations about his crime. He has shown that he is, very remorseful, and he is very employable. And that's pretty much all I can say about him. He's all around. He's done well here, and he will continue to do well. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Renata. That's all I have.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. Mr. Jackson, is there a statement you'd like to make to us before we vote?
I'm nervous, but yes, ma'am. Well, when I got locked up, I caught this charge. I was young, foolish, and it's sad to say my perception of a man was flawed. It took me coming to prison to really find myself and find out what being a real man was all about. And I was glad I had a lot of people working with me to give me a chance to show that I have changed and become the man that I was supposed to be from the beginning. That's it.
All right.
He's going
We're
home.
ready to vote, Mrs. Jackson.
He's going
All
home.
right, Mr. Jackson, you've done really well. You've really done well. I could tell you were nervous. And you're probably a man of few words anyway. But I think you've done well. You've been in prison for 25 years. You've done good programming. You don't have any significant amount of opposition. Only one victim was opposed, one was not opposed, one is deceased, and 3 victims had no comment. You've done good programs, and I think you're ready. So my vote would be to grant your parole.
Thank you.
Mr. Jackson, you've done very well. Excellent comments from the warden. My vote is the same for the same reasons. But I want to put some conditions on curfew from 6 p.m. From 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. It's 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. I want you to do some community service. I want you to talk to disadvantaged youth and try to steer them in the right directions. I want you to do that at 5 hours a month. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, sir. Mr. Jackson, I'm impressed that you didn't get discouraged when you since your last hearing. You kept stayed the course. And that's impressive. My vote is the same. My vote is to grant with the same special conditions, Mr. Rochelle. Good luck to you, sir.
Aw.
All right, that concludes our business, Warden Kimball. We're going to adjourn. It's 10:17. Thanks for your.
Okay, I liked him. I mean, obviously he made a mistake, but he did his time. He did a good job. And he was very kind. And he's like a man of few words. And Lucy apparently is us talking about OnlyFans, and she's like hamming it up for the camera over here. So she's like, what'd you say about OnlyFans? Only dogs? Hamming it up. Oh my gosh, how is there not a freaking verdict? I'm so tired. That's all I gotta do is end this stream and go take a nap. And they'll come right back. We're at like 15 hours now. $15 hours now. Only for. Look at her. She's hamming it up. You think? That's funny. I'm starting a channel called Only Jams, where it's just me in my pajamas talking about crime. Well, that's me every day. I'm in my pajamas from here down every day, talking about crime. From here down. And sometimes the whole shebang. But the rest of the time from here down. Pajama pants. Or yoga pants. Only paws. I can't believe they're still out too. I'm like, I'm over it. I'm over it. I'm over it. I'm tired. Like, how much more of this can there possibly be? If they're working through lunch, my thought is like, okay, well, then that means that they're about to, you know, like we're there. Yeah, look. I can tell y'all, 99% of the time I have on pajamas or yoga pants. Same thing to me. And about 75% of the time, I'm never wearing shoes. Never. And about 75% of the time, I'm also, when you're at home, you don't have to wear those. I tried yesterday and it, it's like rude to have to wear those. Really. It's rude. I'm surprised there haven't been any questions either. Like, what are they doing? Where are they? Did they get lost? I mean, we're past 15 hours now. It's BS. Oops. Thank you so much, Salty Sabo. Only grands. Just me visiting grandmas and letting them feed me and help them with groceries and across the street. That's actually a really good idea. Only grands. I like it. Thank you for the super chat and for the idea. Marking that in my notebook. Just joking. All right. You know what's going to happen though. Like, even if I'm like, oh my gosh, I give up, let's just end the stream and we'll start back up. As soon as I do, and I lay down, maybe that's all we need. Worked yesterday. Worked yesterday. I don't know what they're arguing about. If the paint was fresh, I don't know. Okay, it's 2:49. They send them home at 4:30. Regardless. So that's like they got like an hour and a half left. If they're working through lunch, which they did, they worked through lunch, that means they have to have. Look at Lucy. Girl, you are inappropriate. If they're working through lunch, that means that they have to have, like, they have to be close, right? I'm so confused. Why are we still here? All right. Everybody manifest a verdict. Jen, thank you. Cara's first trial took the jury 4 days. Second trial was 5 days, both hung jury, and third trial took 27 hours. I'm over it. Thank you for the super chat. I'm over it. I'm over it. I think I got spoiled on so many trials recently that have had quick verdicts, you know? And now I'm like, what is this nonsense? Because there have been a lot lately that have been very quick. Kaylin, they asked to see the map from like the routes that they drove and stuff like that. I don't get it. I don't get it. All right, so let's do this because I am falling asleep. They've only got an hour and a half left before the judge sends them home. If they worked through lunch, that means they have to be getting close. So let's take a break. I'm going to take her out because if I don't move around right now, I'm going to pass out. because I'm about to pass out, which is all it would take for them to actually come back with a verdict. All right, so, oops. I thought they just moved the thing. Maybe I'm just seeing things because we've been here for 84 years. There's a Tupac press conference. Shut up. Shut up. No clogging for me right now. Where's the press conference supposed to be? Whoa, whoa. Calm down. I'm looking for the press conference.
117X by vote of 12 or more grand jurors. They have indicted Dwayne Keith Davis, aka Keefy D, on one count of murder with use of a deadly weapon and with the intent to promote, further, or assist a criminal gang. The indictment is signed by myself, as well as the foreperson of the grand jury.
Thank you. This foreperson, did at least 12 members of the grand jury concur in finding a true bill on each count as to this defendant charged in the indictment?
Yes, you did, Your Honor.
Thank you. The indictment will be filed. Receive case number C-23-377-407-1. Will be assigned to department number 10. What's the state's position as to Warner summons?
Warner, Your Honor. Mr. Davis is actually currently in police custody. He was, as of this morning, taken into custody on probable cause. As a history of what the factual scenario here is, this case actually stems from an event that occurred on September 7th of 1996. Prior to that time period, there was a record label by the name of Death Row Records that was headed up by an individual by the name of Marion Suge Knight.
We know
Mr. Knight
Suge.
associated closely with gang members out of Compton by the name of the Mob Pie Group. They were Bloodset. One of his star artists was an individual by the name of
Thank you,
Tupac
Jana.
Shakur. The mob Piru had a natural competition or were in disputes with another gang in Compton by the name of the Southside Compton Crips. And by mid-September or mid-1996, there wasn't much of a distinction between mob Piru and Death Row Records. Shortly before September of 1996, there was an incident in which some Southside Crips and some mob Piru gang members got into a physical fight. And during that fight, which on the South side involved Orlando Anderson, and on the mob Piru side involved an individual named Trayvon Lane, there was an effort to steal a Death Row Records chain that was on Trayvon Lane's neck. That caused an increase in the tension between the Southside Crips and the mob Piru. Fast forward to September 7th of 1996, there was a fight here in Vegas, Mike Tyson versus Bruce Seldon. It was routine for the gangsters from Compton to come up here, both Southside and mob Piru. In addition, recording artists would show. And so Marion, Suge Knight, and Tupac Shakur went to the fight, as well as members of the Southside Crips went.
Thank you,
Marion
I
brought
know.
his entourage, which involved
too.
mob Piru gang members, including Trayvon Lane. One of the Southside Crips that was present happened to be Orlando
Thank you.
Anderson. And as the Tupac Shakur entourage left out the MGM, Mr. Anderson was alone in the elevator bay at the MGM. Mr. Lane notified Mr. Shakur that Orlando Anderson was one of the people who tried to snatch his Death Row Records chain, and Mr. Shakur then attacked Mr. Anderson, as well as the entourage joined in, and there was a giant beatdown of Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson's uncle is Dwayne Keith Davis, who was also present. He is the head of, or was the head of, the Burr Street faction of the Southside Compton Crips. Shortly after Mr. Anderson received his beating at the MGM, Mr. Davis found out about it, and during that, he formulated a plan to exact revenge upon Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur. In furtherance of that, he acquired a .40 caliber Glock firearm from a drug associate that he had. He then, along with other members of Southside, loaded up into 2 vehicles and went over to the Club 662, which was a club that was down on East Flamingo, where Tupac Shakur was supposedly going to give a concert later that evening. They remained at that scene for a short period of time, but Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur did not show. They figured that they better get out of there as they were lying in wait for them, and they drove and stopped at a liquor store. When they stopped at a liquor store, Mr. Davis, who was actually originally in the van, decides, I don't want to be in this van anymore because these individuals are not down with what I want to do, which is I want to go and shoot Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight for beating my nephew down in the MGM. And so he gets into the Cadillac, and he provides the .40 caliber Glock firearm to one of the two, or to the 2 individuals in the back seat. The driver of that Cadillac was a person named Terrence Bubble Up Brown. The passenger behind the driver was an individual named Big Dre Smith, also known as Freaky. And the right rear passenger was his nephew, Orlando Anderson. They then drove westbound on Flamingo, and as they were heading westbound on Flamingo, they happened to see the caravan that included Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur driving eastbound. There was an order for them to do a U-turn. They did a U-turn. They pulled up next to the vehicle, and the rear passenger fired a number of rounds out of that vehicle, striking Mr. Knight in the head and Mr. Shakur several times. And then the vehicle headed south on Cobalt. Most of this kind of broad outline of facts was known to police as far back as 1996. What was lacking was admissible evidence to establish this chain of events that occurred that night. In 2018, Mr. Davis began making public statement about his involvement in this crime on a show called Gangster Chronicles. In 2019, Mr. Davis decided to write a book, and an autobiography of his life as the head of the Burr Street Southside Compton Crips, acknowledging that he was a high-level drug dealer, he was the shot caller, or as he put it, if we were in an army, I was the 5-star general. He admitted within that book that he did acquire the firearm with the intent to go hunt down Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight. He admitted to being the front right passenger in the white Cadillac, and that he was the on-ground, on-site commander of the effort to kill Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight. Since 2019, he's appeared at least 8 separate times in promotion of this book and repeated various versions of these events, all of which he acknowledges that he is, in fact, the person that ordered the death of Mr. Shakur and or the attempted murder of Mr. Knight. And so at this point in time, Judge, the proof is evident, the presumption is great that he is responsible for the murder of Tupac Shakur, and he will be found guilty of murder with use of a deadly weapon with the intent to promote, further, or assist a criminal gang, and I'd ask for a no bail warrant for his arrest.
Based on those representations, the court finds that proof is evident, presumption great. Warrant will issue with no bail. My notes show that the defendant is not in custody. You said that he is.
He was picked up by police walking outside his residence this morning.
Okay.
He's going to be booked into the Clark County Detention Center on this warrant. And so 1 week, which should be Wednesday, in front of Judge Jones at 10 o'clock. Or not, sorry, 8:30, Department 10.
There's no lower court case that needs to be dismissed, correct?
Correct.
I'm showing 48 exhibits with some 1A is also included. 1A, 1 through 48 plus a 1A. You want those all lodged with the court?
Yes, sir.
The exhibits all be lodged with the clerk of the court. Court orders a pretrial release assessment. Are there any material witness warrants that need to be quashed?
There.
All right, we'll give you, you said 1 week on Wednesday next week?
Wednesday next week.
October 4th, 2:30 a.m. in Department 10.
Thank you. Next case.
Yes, yesterday in grand jury case number 22 CGJ 129 A and B, the grand jury retrieved 2 bills against Fernando Conde and Tanya Carolina Avila, charging them with, as it relates to Conde, 5 counts of loot.
You've been watching.
There you have it. There you have it. And we still have no verdict. All right, I'm going to take a little break while we're waiting on verdict. We've only got a little over an hour left. So we're going to tough it out, see if they come back with a dang verdict. But I don't know what could possibly be taking so long. If they worked through lunch and they know that they have to go home at 4:30, I would think that that means that they think they're going to be done before 4:30 because they want to go home. Maybe. They're at like 15 and a half hours right now. So, all right, I'm going to take a little break. Be right back. Like, give me like however long it takes me to take her out, like 15 minutes. All right, we'll be right back. We're back. We're back. I thought y'all were supposed to be getting us a verdict, but you didn't. You didn't. You didn't. We're still here, still waiting, but, but I'm going to see the press conference. It's going to be in just a couple minutes, and I'm going to pull it up. I'm so excited. So excited. So excited. We're going to watch the press conference for Tupac because, I mean, duh, it's Tupac. Actually, let me swap to... Let me swap to this other one. We're still waiting on... Lord knows they're taking their time. Let me see. I'm pulling up. Pulling it up. Pulling it up. Pulling it up. Pulling it up. Filters. This is so exciting. Oops, wrong press conference. Wrong press conference. This is going to be, it's like the moment.
But
oops. It's like the moment we've all been waiting on since 1996. I have anyway. I'm very excited. Very excited. All right, I got it ready. I got it ready. We're ready. We're gonna watch it. Ivan, thank you for the super chat. I mentioned in RA, if you followed Tupac's story, this man has long been suspected and basically admitted it in his book. He was just in the car, supposedly. Yeah, we just went over all of that over here too. Like he put it in his memoir, and he's mentioned it a couple times since then, since he got sick and stuff in 2018. And they're actually using his own words against him now because of the things he said, and that's how they have enough information to indict him now. So it's crazy, isn't it? Oh, welcome to RA's people. Welcome, addicts. Come on in. Get your seat. Get your seat. Oh, let me take down the BRB. We have just been waiting on a verdict for about six or 12 business years now. It's been a minute. It's been a minute, and we still have no verdict. They did work through lunch. I guess Boy in the Box is not, they didn't finish jury selection. So they are playing games with us at this point. They were working through lunch instead of taking their lunch break. So the judge sends them home at 4:30 Eastern every day. 4:30. Never late. 4:30. So that is only an hour away. So they've only got an hour left of their day, and they worked through lunch, which made me think if they're working through lunch, that means that they're going to have a verdict. That means that they're close. But yet here we are, still waiting. Still waiting. It's like they faked us out. They're like, you know what? I bet y'all are exhausted because you've been doing 2 trials, one on East Coast, one on West Coast, so that it makes the longest possible day. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to fake you out. Hey, RA, yes, we are looking at asbestos. We have now added that to our expert witness testimony. We are now ceiling and asbestos experts as well. So there's that. It's a learning experience. DSN, thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I know. I know. We're going to watch it. We're getting ready. We've been talking about it. We're excited. I'm excited. I've been waiting on this since 1996. So excited. Thank you, Ivan, for super chat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Terry, for the super chat. Thank you, Terry. Look at all y'all. It's your little, y'all are so sweet. Look, you know why? Everybody's excited. Everybody's excited about Tupac. We've been waiting. Krista, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I've been waiting. Thank you, Lois Cox, for the super chat, super sticker. I always call them the wrong thing. The super chatter sticker. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Hold the front door. Regina, you don't know who Tupac is? Regina, you have homework. I'm going to send you some songs. We're going to have like a Tupac karaoke day on here one day. Copyright strikes for days, but we'll have fun. He's so fun. He was my boyfriend. He just didn't know it. He sung me to sleep every day. Him and Snoop Doggy Dogg. Welcome, new member. Weren't you already a member? Don't we have you already? You're one of us anyway, but we love you. Welcome. You look good in green. We're glad to have you. Queen Oliver Than says, I'm on the train. Justice for Tupac. Justice for Tupac. Justice for Tupac. We've been waiting. Somebody send him a carrier pigeon to the Bahamas where he's hiding out with Elvis and tell him justice for Tupac. Yes. Thank you, Queen Oliver Than. Thank you. Thank you. Christine, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Look, we have an hour left of the day and now everybody's waking up because it's Tupac. So excited. Angie, member for 3 whole months. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. We're glad to have you. 3 whole months. 3 whole months. Y'all are so sweet. Erica, thank you so much. Thank you for the Tupac appreciation. Yes. Yes. I love it. I love Tupac. Let's all go get Tupac tattoos. 13th year field trip. No? Shot. Get Cali life across my belly. I've only been to California once. Thank you. All aboard. Thank you. Thank you. Sherry's on board. Oh. Oh. Oh, why isn't it? Here we go.
27 years.
27.
For 27 years, the family of Tupac Shakur has been waiting for justice. We are here today to announce the arrest of 60-year-old Dwayne Keith Davis, aka Keefy D, for the murder of Tupac Shakur. Davis was arrested this morning by my LVMPD criminal apprehension team, and this investigation started on the night of September 7th, 1996. It is far from over. It has taken countless hours, really decades, of work by the men and women of our homicide section to get to where we are today. Several of those detectives that are standing here with us include Detective Cliff Mogg, the lead detective on this case. He is now retired. Well, I know there's been many people who did not believe that the murder of Tupac Shakur was important to this police department. I'm here to tell you that was simply not the case. It was not the case back then, and it is not the case today. Our goal at LVMPD has always been to hold those accountable and responsible for Tupac's violent murder accountable. Just like we do for every homicide victim in our city. Every single victim, every life that is lost is important and remains a priority to this police department. As we methodically built this case to move forward with an arrest, it was also important that at the same time, we're building towards a successful prosecution. We work closely with our esteemed district attorney, Steve Wolfson, in his office to ensure that is going to happen. Mr. Davis's own words reinvigorated our case in 2018. I'm going to give you some of those details, and I'm going to introduce to you our homicide lieutenant, Jason Johansson, and he will provide you many of the details on how we got here today. Lieutenant.
Thank you, Sheriff, and thank you everybody for being here today. My name is Jason Johansson, and I'm the homicide lieutenant with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. And my goal here today is to walk you through our investigation and what led us to the indictment of Dwayne Davis, also known as Keefy D, for the murder of Tupac Shakur. This case has been reviewed by our homicide team and homicide detectives for over 2.5 decades. And ultimately, our persistence in this investigation has paid off. Let me walk you through a timeline of events that as we know them right now. Prior to September 7th of 1996, as we all know, Tupac Shakur was an artist who was signed with Death Row Records. And that Death Row Records and its CEO, Marion Suge Knight, were closely affiliated with the Mob Piru criminal street gangs, and that they had an ongoing feud with the Southside Compton Crips. Dwayne Davis was the leader and shot caller of the Southside Compton Crips. And both of these gangs operated out of the Southern California area of Compton. On the night of September 7th of 1996, Tupac Shakur, along with Suge Knight, and members of their entourage, which include members of Mob Piru, came to Vegas to attend the Mike Tyson fight at the MGM Grand Garden Arena. Members of the Southside Compton Crips, which included Dwayne Davis, along with his nephew, Orlando Anderson, were also in attendance at the same event. As both were leaving the fight, members of Death Row Records spotted Orlando Anderson near an elevator bank inside the MGM. And at that time, they began to kick and punch him near that elevator bank. I will now show you hotel security footage, as many of you have already seen, related to
Micah.
this
Thank
incident.
you, Patches.
And on this incident, you will see Tupac Shakur, who's wearing a shiny satiny shirt, along with Marion Suge Knight, who's a large man in a brown suit, punching and kicking Orlando Anderson. Following this incident, you'll see hotel security intervene, and then they will leave the area of the fight. Little did anyone know that it is this incident right here that would ultimately lead to the retaliatory shooting and death of Tupac Shakur. Following this incident, Tupac and Suge Knight both left the MGM to make their way to a post-fight party, which was to occur at a local nightclub. At the same time, word had spread amongst members of the Southside Compton Crips of what had occurred inside the MGM. And then that's when Dwayne Davis began to devise a plan to obtain a firearm and retaliate against Suge Knight and Mr. Shakur for what occurred inside the hotel against Mr. Anderson. After Davis obtained a gun, he entered into a white Cadillac along with Terrence Brown, DeAndre Smith, and Orlando Anderson. Based on our investigation, this is where we know they were seated. At some point in time, as they were in the white Cadillac, Mr. Davis took the gun that he had obtained and provided it to the passengers in the rear seat of the vehicle. As they were as they were driving west on Flamingo Road near Koval, they located the black BMW, which was driven by Suge Knight, and in the passenger seat was Tupac Shakur. And as they turned around, they pulled up near the passenger side of that vehicle and immediately began shooting at Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur. Following that shooting, the white Cadillac fled the area southbound on Koval. And after our officers arrived on scene, Tupac was later transported to the University Medical Center, where he was treated medically and died approximately 6 days later on September 13th.
I had to fix that on something. It was driving me nuts.
My homicide section handled this investigation from its onset and for a short amount of time. And within a short amount of time, what we knew was that we were working a gang investigation where our victims, our witnesses, and our suspects were all from Southern California and not local to Las Vegas. Within the first few months of the investigation, our detectives knew most of the information I just briefed you on. However, we never had the necessary evidence to bring this case forward and present it for criminal charges. As time went on, this case had been reviewed multiple times by different investigators assigned to my section, but it wasn't until 2018 that this case was reinvigorated as additional information came to light related to this homicide. Specifically, Dwayne Davis's own admissions to his involvement in this homicide investigation that he provided to numerous different media outlets. In our section, we knew at this time that this was likely our last time to take a run at this case to successfully solve this case and bring forth a criminal charge. It was at that time that this case was assigned to Cliff Mogg, a detective within my homicide section. And over the last 5 years, my section worked closely hand in hand with the Clark County District Attorney's Office and followed a systematic investigative plan over the last 5 years. We've conducted countless interviews and corroborated numerous facts that were not only consistent with the crime scene on the night of the incident, but also corroborated and were consistent with the sequence of events that night. This ultimately led to us procuring a search warrant, which was executed at Mr. Davis's residence in Henderson, Nevada. And following the execution of that search warrant, in close coordination with the District Attorney's Office, this case was presented to the grand jury, which ultimately led to Davis being indicted on charges of murder. Before I hand it off to the District Attorney's Office, I would be remiss if I didn't thank Detective Mogg and all the other detectives that were not only assigned this case and reviewed this case, but all the other detectives from other agencies that assisted us in this investigation. They know who they are, and thank you very much for all the assistance you provided. It does not go unnoticed. And lastly, one of the most important things, in my opinion, is we need to make this be a reminder that the charge of murder does not have a statute of limitations. This agency has been and is invested in solving our cold case homicides so that we can bring closure to those families and justice for those victims of homicide. And with that, I will turn it over to the Clark County District Attorney, Steve Wilson.
Thank you, Lieutenant Johansson. I appreciate it. Good afternoon. I am the Las Vegas Clark County District Attorney Steve Wolfson. It has often been said, justice delayed is justice denied. It's a quote we hear often and for many, many years when talking about our legal system, but not in this case. Today, justice will be served in the murder of Tupac Shakur. I'd like to acknowledge the relentless work of the many Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department homicide detectives. We've mentioned Detective Cliff Mogg many times, and we can't mention his name enough. He is the detective, along with his colleagues, that brought this case here today to you. A Clark County grand jury has indicted Dwayne Keith Davis with 1 count of open murder with use of a deadly weapon with a gang enhancement. Davis will appear in court in the next few days or so for a hearing to determine his custody status and to set a jury trial date. This grand jury has been receiving evidence for months and has determined there is sufficient evidence to justify the filing of this criminal indictment. I've assigned 2 of my top prosecutors, Mark DiGiacomo and Banu Palal, to prosecute this case. I know a lot of people have been watching and waiting for this day. Tupac Shakur is a music legend, and for a long time, this community and worldwide have been wanting justice for Tupac. Today, we are taking that first step. Tupac was actually quoted as saying, "Death is not the greatest loss in life. The greatest loss is what dies inside while still alive. Never surrender." Well, we didn't surrender thanks to the great work of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department under the leadership of Sheriff Kevin McMahill, Lieutenant Johansson, retired Detective Cliff Mogg. I am proud to announce the return of this document. This is the indictment we've been waiting almost 3 decades for. It spells out the facts and circumstances and what justifies a Clark County grand jury in returning an indictment. Justice will be served.
Woo, woo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I just like to say that the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department homicide section year over year solves over 90% of the homicides that occur in our jurisdiction. You won't find that anywhere else in the United States. For those family members that have lost somebody that we haven't solved that case, I want you to know, just like in this case, we're not going to give up. I also say to you that as we begin, we're going to take a couple of questions. I want you to remember in your questioning that this investigation, subsequent arrest, and now indictment is only the beginning of the process. And we are committed and invested in ensuring a successful prosecution as we move forward. So with that, we'll take any questions that you might have. Ken?
Questions?
Sure, thank you. Have you been in touch with the Shakur family, anyone within here today? And if so, can you characterize what they told you?
The family has reached out to my office. I imagine also to Metro. We've been in communication with them. We understand that they are welcoming this news. They are pleased with this news, and they are certainly aware of the return of this indictment.
Do you anticipate them being at court for arraignment of Mr. Davis?
I don't think they'll be at the arraignment. I mean, that's a relatively short hearing, but I know that they'll be involved. I know that they'll want to be apprised of what goes on a frequent basis.
Back.
Could you talk about any of the statements that you made that piqued your curiosity again or got you back into this case?
Jason, you want to answer that? We're not going to talk about any particular statements, but maybe he can address that, Globe.
What I'll say is there's a lot that's going to come out when it comes time for trial, but he provides his own series of statements that are very consistent with the evidence that we have on the scene that we've obtained through our investigation. I'll leave it at that.
Can you identify anything that came from the raid, I'm sorry, the service of the warrant in July that you didn't know before?
Yeah, that's a good question. What I'll say about the search warrant that we did in July, that we obtained information or evidence during that execution of that search warrant that corroborated information obtained through our investigation. And I'll leave it at that until we go to trial. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Tiffany Lane with Channel 3. So I know that this was obviously a big move. Is there anyone else being looked at this point? I know a lot of people have passed away since this incident, but is anyone else being looked at as part of this investigation still?
So as I stated earlier, in this case, the only living suspect related to this investigation is Dwayne Davis. All other 3 suspects are deceased. Vanessa.
Thank you. Vanessa Murphy, Channel 8. Steve, can you talk about the murder charge if he is not the one believed to have pulled the trigger?
Yes, well, under Nevada law, and this is the law in most states in this country, you can be charged with a crime whether you're directly involved or whether you're an aider and abettor. We have an aiding and abetting statute, which provides that if you help somebody commit a crime, you can be equally as guilty. The best example is 2 guys that agree to commit a bank robbery, and one of them goes into the bank with a gun and actually commits the robbery, and the other guy is the getaway driver. Never went in the bank, but he assisted the guy that went in the bank, so he's equally guilty. That is one of the theories in this case as well.
Last question.
Do investigators believe that Davis was the only person behind the plan to kill Tupac, or was he one of multiple people who came up with this plan?
I think the best way to characterize that is Dwayne Davis was the shot caller for this group of individuals that committed this crime, and he orchestrated the plan that was carried out to commit this crime.
And can you say how he obtained the gun or who he obtained it from?
We know that he obtained it from a close associate. That a lot of the actual details of who specifically, all that come out at trial, but he obtained it from a close associate of his.
Thank you for coming. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Davis has said anything since his arrest?
Live from the Stream Center, breaking news on
Y'all. I'm so happy. Has Jada tweeted yet? You know, this is going to be all about her. It's going to be all about her. This is going to have nothing to do with justice for him or his family or anybody involved or working on it. It's going to be all about her. She's an interesting one. It's like Candy's let's not say her name. All about her. Oh, look, everybody already looked. Nope, she didn't say. You didn't hear trial? He said trial. He said a lot of stuff's going to come out at the trial. Is RA still in here? All of my mods, because I said I am 100%. I was a huge, am a huge Tupac fan. Look, for those of y'all joining us, I got to show them the socks. And if y'all missed them earlier, I got to show you the socks. I bought these for my kid recently. And I was telling everybody, I'm going to have to borrow them for the trial. These are, I bought my kid Tupac socks. So these are his Tupac socks. Guess who's borrowing them for the trial? And all my mods are threatening to leave me. Not because of the socks. Because of, they don't want me to stream the trial because of trolls. But you know what? Trolls are going to troll. And this is too big not to. I hope they stream it. California's weird though, y'all. Might have to fly out. Compton Brandy on the way. Oh my gosh. It's like the most exciting thing. Yeah, you and I both had trolls yesterday, Jessica. Not fun. Yes, I remember the Melly trolls, but Melly it's different. It's different. Different generations, different levels of respect. It's different. I'm so excited. Like, what's funny about this though is that, like, I mean, 10 years ago we were all like, oh yeah, he should be arrested. Like, he totally did it. And now here we are. And then what was it, 2 months ago that they got the search warrant for the house in Vegas? I'm ready. Bring on the trolls. Look, Compton Brandy is a whole different Brandy. Bring on the trolls. Compton Brandy will be like, you know what? Don't make me go thug life. Instead of eyebrow tattoos, I'm going to get a fake thug life tattoo. I'm wearing my white bandana every day. We're changing the intro music to we'll do a different, he's got so many good songs. We'll do a different song every day. Hit him up style. Yeah. We're going to have special emojis. We're going to have all kinds of stuff. This is going to be a blast. I'm so excited. This is like we're going to have Tupac karaoke during sidebars and lunch. This is going to be amazing. I'm such a Tupac fan. And then I got my kid listening to it, and he's a huge Tupac fan. Because he, kids all go through the phase where they listen to, like rap music and hip hop music and stuff like that. Like, when they're starting to like learn their own taste in music. And he was listening to that stuff, and I was like, no. This is music. This is more than just a beat. This has meaning and poetry and emotion and also gangs and violence. But that's a whole but the other stuff is what we were really focused on in that life lesson. Oh my gosh. We're all going to get Tupac tattoos. Somebody asked if we could just have stickers instead of tattoos. Maybe. This is storytelling. Yes, Jenny O'Brien, storytelling. All right, I think that's the best. Oh wait, where'd that just go? I can imagine Brady Churchwell intro to F the World. Yes. I'm literally like, I am planning this. Now I got to be Tupac for Halloween. Like, there goes my old Halloween plans. Now I got to be Tupac. Because we got to start getting into character. Like, I have so many ideas. I have so many ideas. So many plans. And like I said earlier, look, y'all think that unmedicated Brandy is off the rails. Wait until Compton Brandy hits these true crime streets. I'm telling you. I'm going to have, it's going to be amazing. It's going to be like my teenage years right back to, I'm so excited. Compton Brandy's on the way. BPOC. On the way. Compton Brandy. Yes. I'm so excited. That is one of the first songs that I played for my kid, and he loves that song now. And Changes, of course, because how can you not love Changes? To Live and Die in LA. I like that one. Keep Your Head Up. Yes, I'm so excited. Oh, it will be in Nevada. I didn't think about that. It will be in Nevada. Vegas Brandy. Well, I still got to be. Ooh, Thomy's going to be mad. Ooh, Thomy is going to be so mad, y'all. He's going to be like, dang it. The Thomy show is supposed to be the most exciting trial to ever hit Las Vegas. Nobody's going to remember Thomy. Bye, Thomy. But the good thing is, I didn't even think about it being, oh, and thank you for the super chat and the reminder. But that's a good point, Ivan, because I didn't think about that because I'm thinking like, oh man, California trials are weird how they do it, but it's going to be in Vegas. So we're good to go. Good to go. Oh my gosh, this is going to be, I'm already planning it. Already planning it. This is going to be incredible. And now we've only got 30 more minutes until they let the jury go. So we've sat through another day. It's okay. I'm so excited. Bye, Salty. Pick the kids up and head to the park. See y'all around Discord. Bye-bye. Enjoy. Enjoy. Yeah, I know we're all trying to forget Thomy, except I need to write back to Detective Dean O'Kelly again and tell him I'm sorry that I didn't see his thing. I really want him to come on the show. Yeah, we'll all just take a 13th juror trip to Vegas, and we'll maybe if we wear 13th juror t-shirts, then it'll help us get in, because they'll be like, oh, they're jurors. It says on their shirts they're jurors, and then they'll just let us right in. Right? Makes sense? Foolproof plan. Mish says the DA is hot. I love a good beard. My mods are literally like on Discord quitting as I speak, as I come up with all of these. But also unmedicated and no sleep Brandy comes up with some of the best ideas. Yes. We're going to have 10,000 jurors show up claiming to be the 13th one. Like, hi. Hi. Kelly P says, yes, me too. I love a good beard. I actually said something about how I like beards, and then everybody in chat was trying to give me their bearded sons. It's hilarious. Oh, what a day. What a day. This is going to be incredible. Thanks for the reminder. I'm out, and I have not had a chance to go pick it up. I'm going to have to do it probably tomorrow morning. I'm going to bed when I get off of here, I think. I was planning on doing that yesterday and then ended up until 2 a.m. again, and then back up again at 5. So I've had very, very minimal sleep in the last couple of days. Camera's moving. And I haven't had a chance to go do it. Camera's moving. Well, we got 30 minutes till they're left. So either they're about to give us a verdict or they're about to send us home. Maryland, Vegas fun. Vegas fun. Maryland, Vegas fun. Yes. Thank you, Maryland. Vegas fun. We're going to Vegas. Who's with me? All of us. Yes. We just go in and we tell them, I'm reporting for jury duty. I'll be Woman 406. Brandon will be the 4-person. I'll be the 4-person. So excited. Nurse for God said, please go to bed. I will. I'm going to when this is over. I'm not doing any more work tonight. I'm really not. I say that every night. Really, tonight I'm not. Oh my gosh, yes. A live stream from Caesar's Palace. Yes, we're all going. Vegas fun. Oh, Jessica, you've never been to Vegas. I've only been once, and it was a lot of fun. When those Melly fans decide they are Tupac fans, it's going to be bad. They weren't even alive when Tupac was singing. Look, Compton Brandy has no problem telling them to sit down. Mind their business. Mind your business. Compton Brandy is going to be so much fun. We're going to need more mods. I'm going to be off the charts. I'm going to be off the charts. Yes, yes, yes. Steven, talking about the beards, Steven said, I've been contemplating shaving mine off, but after y'all talking yesterday, I've been questioning my decision. Leave it, Steve. The chat decided yesterday. That's so funny. Should we all meet up in Vegas? I think this is a once in a lifetime trial. We may need to. I think so. I definitely think so. We'll all go to the trial and we'll all go get Tupac tattoos. We'll all get thug life across our bellies. What could go wrong? What could go wrong? I don't think that y'all realize I'm serious. Maybe not about the thug life across my belly, but about going to Vegas. So excited. Am I going to join night court tonight? I don't think that I'll be awake.
Hampshire Superior Court is back in session.
Back on the record on Hampshire County Indictment 1180 CR 0128, Commonwealth versus Cara Rintala.
Can I see counsel sidebar?
Sidebar. Are they going home? Oh. Rude. Wait, how did I mute that and it's still playing? I'm so confused. It's 4:06 there. They send them home at 4:30. So either, but why are they having a sidebar? Why are they having a sidebar? Sidebar doesn't sound good. Nurse for God, thank you so much. Okay, I'll be there for you. Yes, Nurse for God. Yes, we're going to have so much fun. We're going to have so much fun. Thank you for the super chat. We're all going to Vegas. Megan Easton says, being with y'all in Vegas for a Tupac trial is like my actual dream. Yes. I'm so excited. Tupac Con, yes. 2024 is going to be a crazy year for trials. You know what? It really is, because I said something yesterday. Somebody had tweeted something about the holidays were going to be so busy with trials or whatever, and like, you know, telling your family like, hey, I'm not going to be around because of this. And I was like, yeah, I feel like it's going to be like even on into the spring and summer. So I was like, I'm just going to send out holiday cards to my family and sign them how I used to sign like my middle school yearbooks, where it's like, you know, like, see you after summer. Stay cool. So I probably won't see anybody till then. Yes, RA. Remoss is good at organization and counting. She can count. She can do head counts for us. Yes. Oh man.
John's report back in session. Please be seated.
Right, members of the jury, I received a note from the jury just as I was about to gather everyone so I could release you for the day. So I'm not going to address the note this afternoon just because of the timing, but I have received it and we will address that first thing on Monday morning. So I'm going to release you for the day. Again, I'll give you the same instructions. Please do not discuss this case or any aspect of this case or anything related to this case with anyone, including each other, until it is time for you to resume your deliberations, which is not when you arrive at the courthouse on Monday, but when you've been called in here and I have said it is time to resume those deliberations. Also, please have no contact with any of the participants in this case. Refrain from any outside research or investigation, online or otherwise, concerning this case, and avoid all media accounts concerning this case. Again, it's very important that you shield yourself from any outside information or influence concerning this case, so that your verdict ultimately can be based solely on the evidence that you have received during the course of this trial. Right, so have a pleasant evening, a good weekend, and we'll see you back here Monday at 9.
I feel so defeated. I felt so up and excited about Tupac, and now I feel all defeated all of a sudden. Would he wait if the note said that they were hung? Possibly, because...
Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Because if he wants to read like an Allen charge or something, like, and wants them to, they just gave me a headache. If they want to, if he wants them to deliberate more so that there's not a fifth trial, it's very possible. It's crazy though, because, the first two were, like that guy was like, you said you like beards? He's like putting his beard all up in the camera. The first two trials were hung juries, and the third was a conviction that was overturned because their paint expert was not experty enough when it comes to paint, which is why you're not allowed to drop the F-bomb. Fresh. Can't say fresh. This is going to be crazy though, because now they've got all weekend, and then they're going to have to come back again. Man. Crazy, crazy, crazy. But I guess at least next week, since they didn't finish the stuff today to do opening statements for the boy in the box trial. I guess that will start on Monday. I'll have to check and look and see if they finished jury selection for that. They had expected it to openings to start today, but it looks like it will be Monday. What is an Allen charge? So, like, if the jurors can't agree on a verdict, then the judge will give an instruction. Basically, it's like literally read word for word to kind of encourage the ones in the minority of the group. Like, if, like, let's say there's, 6 that say one thing and 6 that say another, that's down the middle. That's not really for this. But if the jurors are saying, like, there's 2 that say guilty and the rest, like 10, say not guilty or whatever, they'll say they'll have an Allen charge where it's basically saying, they'll tell the ones in the minority to go back and reconsider their position. They also call it like a dynamite charge, but it's just like a supplemental jury instruction that they give to jurors when they're deadlocked. So it's kind of like just like a little Hail Mary, like, you sure? Because everybody else is starting to think different. Maybe you should go take a look and see if there's something else that, something you're missing. It's just kind of trying to avoid a mistrial. So they actually gave one of those in the Melly trial when we were watching the Melly trial before the hung jury. So craziness. All right. That does it for today. We have jury duty again tonight for anybody who wants to come. I will more than likely be asleep. I'm not gonna lie. I've had quite a week and I've had no sleep and I have to work all weekend to get the podcast episode out. So I will probably not come to jury duty tonight. So I need y'all to go so that we can take notes and you can let me know what happened and let me know what I miss. I appreciate you asking, but I don't think I am going to be there. I just have little to no sleep under my belt right now. But they started a new trial. Jody is a thing of our past. She will live on with us in our hearts forever. But we have a new trial. And you do want to show up to night court tonight because I have surprise pictures that were sent to me today that I'm going to send JT right now before I forget. Actually, I want to make a note because I don't want to get out of this because I didn't take my medicine. If I start to send it right now, then I'll get distracted. And our goodbye will, instead of taking 30 more seconds, will take 30 more minutes. So I'm just making a note. All right. We are done for the day. Speaking of JT. Oh, yay. Podcast updates. Podcast is okay. I know this doesn't sound great, but keep in mind I'm a new podcast and independent podcast. And it's 13th Year Podcast is 180th. We're actually above To Live and Die in LA, which is one of my favorite podcasts. That's kind of cool. 180 doesn't sound like a lot, but keep in mind there are what did they say? 8 million podcasts. That's kind of cool. All right. Judge Hottie is stalling. He just wants to spend more time with us. He's not ready to let us go. He is not ready. All right, y'all. 8:45, 7:45 Central tonight. You do want to show up because I had pictures that were sent to me today, and I am going to send them to him so he can show you. So, kind of some interesting stuff. So, thank you, Jada Wonder. Thank you. I'm excited. We're getting there. Look at us moving on up. Moving on up. All right. I appreciate y'all reporting to jury duty. 8:45, 7:45 Central this evening with JT, and we will be back to waiting on the paint to dry on Monday, and probably the boy in the box. I'm assuming I'll check and see if they pick their verdict, but it should be starting on Monday as well. So, go to night court, and then I will see y'all Monday morning.